All right, we'll call this meeting to order at 6:08. All right, so we are here to meet with Anthony Colanillo, Lori Gallivan, and Julie Kuchenberger tonight. What did we allot everyone? About 45 minutes tonight, and how do we want to discuss how we're going to go about the questions? There is one list of the questions from the original. Oh, I was actually.
We never, from when Carrie asked the
Yeah.
questions?
Yeah.
Only if they are in minutes.
But I thought we were going to ask our questions that we
Yeah, I
had
do,
prepared
but
for
I think we
last
sort
week.
of have wiggle room to do both.
Well, with only
Especially
five
with
of
only
us
5 of
here.
us.
I mean, if we each have 2 questions, then there is a back and forth, correct?
Right,
Yeah.
Oh, we each have 2 questions?
so,
At
I mean, I
So
have
I
plenty of-
remember, like, one of the questions
Okay.
was about, what is your experience with buying land?
So,
There was something about what's the difference between being
An
an
interim
interim
and
and
Full-time,
a permanent superintendent. Describe your management style.
Yeah.
thing.
and was there some other goal about,
Had you ever had to, assist the school committee in the superintendent search?
Yep, have you ever had to
Is that
assist?
what you're gonna say?
Yep, that was in there.
and number 1 goal for coming, wasn't there a number 1
There-
goal for being a superintendent, or one, or two, number 1,
Yeah, I think it was even like I think it was a top 3.
top 3?
maybe. Yeah. Yeah, because I remember somebody answered, do no harm, and the other person said, keep the boat going, to that one, yep.
Questions might be in the minutes because we forward them to Mahala.
Yeah,
So,
right.
Yeah, I didn't
They
bring
should
them
be in the
because I
minutes,
didn't
but we
think
don't
were
have
using
the
them.
minutes
Yeah.
yet from her, do we?
But she'll have them, right?
so I think we have enough notes to go.
And in what order should we go?
By age.
Okay.
So, no.
Oldest to
Yeah.
youngest?
Just go,
Oldest,
yeah.
youngest, I go first?
I don't know, I might have you beat.
We'll discuss that
I
off
mean,
air.
so how about this? I sort of, I'll ask, just for them to introduce themselves, and
Maybe ask them
maybe
why.
go through, so the 3 I wrote down would just be, do you have any experience, blah, 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 blah. So how about describe your management style,
Yeah,
then difference between an interim, full-time.
yeah. And then that one, Stacy asked me to ask the question, the one and only question that was on the second list about buildings, so I can just throw that in there.
Okay. And then I can do, yeah, and then we can go from there, and then maybe we'll just
Do you want to go just
right down the table with
like
secondary
rotate through
questions.
twice?
Is that?
Just like rotate to twice?
Yeah.
Okay.
My second question's psychological man.
You should start off by just asking, like, what is it about this particular position? Right.
Yeah,
Yeah. I'm just curious.
Yeah.
yeah, right. So this is Stacy's. And then these are mine.
So we're each asking two questions? Is that the idea?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have a second question or a follow-up of any sort, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I think. All right, we're ready.
Thank you, Mahala.
Want to do the pledge, or are we
Yeah.
doing the pledge?
I did the pledge today already. Did you do the pledge today already?
I did, that's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Doris Day? Tim Conway.
I don't think it was for Doris Day and Tim Conway that the flag was at half-mast today.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I didn't get a chance to ask.
Is it-
It hasn't figured out.
Hi there, how are you?
My mates, I saw a great movie. Remember to tell you.
How you doing?
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Very good. Thank you for coming today.
Thanks for having me.
So my name's David Polito. I'm the chair of the Hamilton Wenham Regional School District. Excuse me. I'll just have everyone introduce themselves.
Sure. Thanks.
As we go through. So I just want to get started today. We've got we've allotted 45 minutes. So there will be some back and forth and, just trying to get to know you
Sure.
a little bit better. Why don't you introduce yourself and really explain why you were interested in this position and why you applied to come
Sure.
and meet with us tonight.
Sure. My name's Anthony Colonino. I've been an educator now for 20 years. I was a bit of a delayed vocation. I was a newspaper reporter before becoming an educator. Taught 5th grade in Boston, Cambridge, and was a kindergarten through 5th grade principal as north as Gloucester and as south as Wellesley. And so I enjoyed my time as teacher, as leader. For the past almost 4 years, I've been consulting, education consulting, leadership consulting, primarily through the lens of growth mindset, the work of Dr. Carol Dweck, her research. And, been able to travel to almost 30 states, 400,000 miles, work with lots of schools and school districts. Sometimes I work with just one school. Sometimes I work with the entire Cincinnati public school principals, all 57 of them, providing professional development and leadership coaching. It's fascinating, interesting work. I get to learn a lot. I get to see a lot of the country. But also, pulled back towards the idea of working in a place with people in the same place over and over again, working towards a common goal. I'm at my best as a consultant when I'm working with people. When I'm not, I'm at home, I'm in front of my computer, and that's not who I am. So I'm really interested in the fact of coming to a very good school district with the potential to lead and lead it well and help it become an even better school district. And that's really my drive. My drive is to, as a teacher, as a leader, to make a better tomorrow through educating children. My goal, my core value, my foundational core value has always been self-actualization, helping children become whatever they want to become. And so I'm driven by that. I'm driven by the fact that it's in a desirable area, a place that I love. I don't have to explain my accent here. So, I'm looking forward to hearing your questions and learning more about you as you learn more about me.
Great. Could you explain your management style?
Say that again?
Could you explain your management style?
Management leadership. I would say when you're leading people. So when you're leading people, you have to get to know them, learn them, understand them. I would say my style is to inspire, to help people become whatever they become. So what I've learned as a leader, especially as a school leader, and this would go for a superintendency as well, is you're not going to have student understanding, learning, and growth without educator understanding, learning, and growth. So you really have to drive your organization Make it a learning organization. And so one of the great things about the work I've been doing the last 4 years, growth mindset, is all about learning. How do we learn? What is the science, the neuroscience of learning? What happens when we make mistakes? What do we say? What do we do? How do we help each of us learn so we're not afraid? Because when we're afraid, we don't innovate. When we're afraid, we might close our door. We might not be open to what the whole district is doing. So for me personally, the only guarantee I ever made as a principal, and I was a principal in 4 buildings, was that I would get to know every child's name before Thanksgiving. And most of my buildings were about 300 to 400. So, and I always achieved that goal. Because when you know the students, you can help the students. Same with my staff. Any building I started as a principal, I gave a questionnaire the summer before, and then I made office hours and I met with every single one of my staff members. So I got to learn them and to get to know them and ask them very important questions like, what is something culturally that I have to pay attention to here? What is something important that needs to be done? If there are any changes, what do you think a change might benefit this school, this district, your class? And you really start to form relationships that way. So I'm always looking for, how can I help you? How can I help you learn? And when I'm leading, innovating, thinking of ways to do it better, explaining why we're doing it. How is it going to happen? Explaining the vision. Why is this important? The skills that'll be involved. The incentives. What do we get out of this? What do the students get out of this? What does the community get out of this? The resources we'll use. And the action plan that will tie it all together. So it's a way of managing change. It's a way of managing people. And I would say, as far as on both counts, that I've been successful as a principal. I think if you ask my staffs, they would give you interesting answers around inspiration, about their growth, and about my support of them.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So you're a principal of 4 different buildings. Do you have any superintendent experience?
I do not have any superintendent experience. I've worked with superintendents, obviously.
What do you feel the difference is between an interim and a full-time superintendent?
I think there's different challenges to that. And so, when you think about a superintendent being the leader of the entire district, you have to get people on board of what's happening in the district. You have to learn from them what's happening in the district. And you have to build some sort of consensus towards what are we going to do now, or what are we going to continue that you've already started. As an interim, I think that's a little bit more challenging because people might be waiting. Am I really going to be invested in this person? Will this person be here next year? And I think that as a leader, that's a challenge as well, because you have to show that even though it's an interim basis, that you're here, you're present, you're full-time, you are here every single day to help and support the learning in the schools, in the school district, in the central office, because you're leading in all of those places. So I think there is a bit more of a challenge there. I view it as an opportunity. This really is an opportunity for me, else I wouldn't be here. I'm in a place where I feel I've got to see a lot, both in the schools I've led and the places I've consulted. And I can apply what I have learned in a way that would benefit this community, these schools, the staff, and ultimately the students.
Fantastic. In any of your experiences, either as principal or as a consultant, have you had any experience, with building a new building or purchasing land?
I have not.
Okay. So, at that point, Gene, wanna?
Okay. Hi,
How are you?
Gene Lee.
Hi, Gene.
Tell us a little bit more about your approach and philosophy towards developing a district budget.
So, a lot of the budget is tied to salary, right? It depends on the districts I've been in. It's been anywhere from 82 to 88%. So you have a smaller percentage of what are we going to do with money that we raise, or how, through taxes and through the community, grants, what have you. What I have learned is you really have to pay attention to your values and use your budget to support those values. So if we're supporting, 21st century skills, if we're supporting technology, whatever it might be within your budget, we have to apply that in a meaningful way. Otherwise, the values aren't as meaningful, right? So you look at your values, what you value here as a community, and it should be stated somewhere, both outside and within the budget, that this is why we're spending this money. I mean, obviously, people's taxes are going to support the schools. They need to know where their money is going and why. So I believe communicating those values and communicating why we're using that money in that way is not only important for the staff and the students and the families that send their children here, but also the community at large that supports the school, because not all families have kids going to school anymore. So you really need to build consensus around your whole community, and especially if you're thinking about planning for school building. If you have to pass another tax to support that, if that has to happen, it really has to be clearly communicated. So when you speak to your values, and that's what I've always done as a teacher and a leader, everybody knows what your values are, and then they can share in those values. They can question you about those values and ask you, how is this budget matching our values? And if we can't respond in a concrete and transparent way, I think it's problematic. So I'd be sure to communicate that and dig deeper into the values of the system and find out where we've been and where we need to go.
Can I ask a follow-up now, or do you want me to
Go
around
for it.
first?
Yeah, no, if you have something.
Yeah, sure.
So, in your consulting experience, have you ever worked with a regional district that had more than one community participating as members in that district? And what was your experience in that?
I'm trying to think if I have done a regional school. Most that come to mind are not regional. They tend to be, I've gone from, small rural to, the Bronx, which is one of the biggest, if not the biggest public school system in the country. Nothing generally that I can call to mind. If I think of it while I'm answering other
Sure.
questions,
Okay.
I'll come back to it,
All right,
though.
thank you.
Is there something that you wanted to know about working that, or is there another question behind that, I'm wondering?
Well, I'll
It might
I'll
go into my
yeah.
question, actually.
Yeah, I'll let folks answer,
Okay.
ask the question.
All right,
'cause
thanks.
It might
Come
answer
up.
mine.
So,
Yeah.
so it's, because we're a regional, we have two towns that we have to convince, and they have their own personalities and their own sort of value systems, and then their own sort of personalities. So can you tell us how you have reached out to strengthen relationships and build trust for the schools with local stakeholders such as faculty, families, local municipal officials, including the school committee, the business community, and the taxpayers?
Sure. As a school leader, it was always important for me to share what was happening in school with my families all the time. So that meant every school where I was a leader, weekly newsletter. Here's what's happening. Here's what's happening in school. Here's what we're doing. Here's something new. Here's something we'd like your participation in. With my staff, I emailed my staff every single day. Every day. Same thing. Here's where I am. I'm out of the office at these hours. I always had open office hours. And if they changed for that day, I'd let them know. Every Friday with my staff, I'd send out a TGIF email. Something I noticed, something we were doing, something inspirational. 500 to 1,000 words. I have staff that I led almost 15 years ago who will remark and say, do you remember that TGIF you sent on what happened in school? And some of the time now I have to think, can you give me more information? But people hold on to that because that's a connection. That's building a relationship of why we're here together. With community. So in the Woburn schools, Clapp Elementary School, where I was first principal, we had poverty rate of about 50%, and we had some struggling math students. So I got together with the staff and said, these are kids that are at risk for failing the math MCAS in 4th and 5th grade, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. Let's think about what we can do differently. How can we innovate? What we can do differently? Raytheon had just opened an office in Woburn. So myself and some teachers got together and said, let's create some hands-on lessons. We need some materials, but we'd also like to bring in engineers, people who use math every day in their careers, to tutor the students. So I reached out to Raytheon, and And I said, you're new to the community. I'd like to invite you to the Clap Elementary School. I want to show you our wonderful students, the school, our staff, and this is what we like to do. And so that started a relationship with Raytheon. We started a math scholar program, after school tutoring program. They actually came and toured the school, hierarchy of Raytheon for that office. I went to Raytheon, helped recruit the engineers, and I also gave them 2 days worth of tutor training. We created the lessons, and then we said, P.S. Raytheon, we'd like you to donate $3,000 so we can buy the materials. And they said, absolutely. And we ran that program for 2 years. In the first year, our MCAS math scores went up 24%. More kids proficient and moving out of warning. So that was a connection with the community. With school board members, with mayors, I've always had good relationships. Some things we've liked to have tried. So you have to get some input from the community. You can't just go full speed ahead I wouldn't say you can't go full speed ahead most of the time. You have to gauge what's happening. You have to gauge the understanding. You have to gauge, do you think this is a direction that we need to go in? And those relationships don't always occur smoothly. And I'll give you an example. When I was in Waltham, I had just started, and another principal was looking at extended learning time. And she needed one other school, and she asked around, and nobody else volunteered. I'm new. Sure, why not? I'll give it a try. So we got into this planning, and it was a 2-year cycle at that point. You plan for a year, and then the second year, while you're planning some more, you take some votes of the staff and of the community. I didn't understand that at that time, I don't know if it's the same now, once you got into that process, if your school voted for it, you had to open enrollment for your entire district. And I didn't realize that. And so the mayor was not too happy with that. And so she asked me and the other principal to meet her at a citywide PTO meeting. And she held these every month, I believe, at the time. And the other principal happened to be sick, so I kind of went by myself under the bright lights and took some very difficult and challenging questions, some that I did not have the answer for. But I was never offended by the questions, even for people who were upset. And I believe at that point the mayor was not very happy. But I made sure I explained it in a way that I should have previously. So I maintained the relationship, because that's important to me. Because if we're going to get anything done, Hamilton Wenham School, I'm going to need the school board. I'm going to need the community. I'm going to need the business community. I'm going to need the families and the students and the staff. For that reason, if I were to be hired for this job, I would do the same as I would do as a principal. I'd have open office hours. I'd send out a survey to the staff and more so to the community at large to meet more people, to get a sense of the region and the district, the nuance, the challenges, the opportunities.
So just following up on that
Sure.
a little bit, you mentioned Woburn and Waltham, experiences you had sort of reaching out with the community. I'd say Hamilton Wenham is probably a little bit more like Wellesley.
Sure.
Can you sort of explain the differences that you saw between, the Waltham and the Woburn in Wellesley, and sort of how you
Sure.
adapted there?
Absolutely. And so, Wellesley, quite frankly, is a more affluent district. Certainly more affluent than Woburn, Waltham, and Gloucester, where I was principal, and other places. The wonderful thing is kids are still kids, and adults are still adults in all those places. But in Wellesley, you have very successful people. Some of them, work as power brokers in Washington, high-powered attorneys, doctors, and they are driven and successful for a reason. And they like to ask questions and maybe demand things of you or from you. And I never had any issue or challenge or problem with that, because I should always be able to explain myself why we're doing it, how we're doing it. So I was never put off by that, to be quite honest. I felt Wellesley, quite interestingly, I had the greatest parent support the quickest, I felt. They were just behind us, behind me, in what we were trying to do at the Fisk Elementary School. Again, when you're tied to values, so at the Fisk School was great. Fair, inclusive, safe, kind, and encouraging. We did that. Those values were present in everything we did. Curriculum, instruction, PTO meetings. I brought that out everywhere we were, and we held ourselves to that as a staff, and we held the community to that, and the community held us to it as well. So as long as you kind of know where we're coming from and why we're doing something, and even if I disagree with you, I can but not be disagreeable.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean.
Professional. And I don't mind the questions. I really don't. As a principal, so at staff meetings, I never minded challenging questions from my staff, because I knew if one staff member asked me the question, 5 or 6 or 10 others had the same question. So let's put it out for all to kind of hash through and understand and try to work on this. And if I don't know the answer, we'll figure out an answer together. Does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah,
Is that
definitely.
okay?
Mind if I go?
Yes,
Hi,
go ahead.
nice to see you again, Michelle Horgan.
Good to see you again as well.
As you know, an interim superintendent is here for 1 year, but it is a very important year for us, parents, district, stakeholders in the community. Could you share with us what your action plan would be for your first month and your first 6 months here in the
Yeah.
district?
Sure. So as I said, the first month is getting to know everyone, to build relationships with everyone. If you're going to do anything as a district, on some level you're building consensus. What does it mean to be a member of the Hamilton-Wenham School District? What does it mean to be a student? What does it mean to be a staff member? What does it mean to be a community member? What does it mean to be a school board member? That's important work. That's foundational work. And through those conversations, you gather themes. I always have done this. So when I've done this as a principal 4 times, people give you information, and they're actually helping you build your plan. Because they're telling you what's important here, why they're here. They're telling you what they think needs to happen next. So they're actually, I've always felt when I've done those interviews and held those surveys, my staff has always helped me because then I presented what they told me. And so I would do the same here. So I would have the formulation of my plan in the first month, and I would have an avenue to go for the next 6 months. Just looking at your, your website and looking at your values and your planning, it looks like the plan stopped in 2018, so you're up for a new plan. What level of comfort or expectation do you have for the interim superintendent to do that? Certainly I can do that and craft it in a way that someone else can take over, or maybe it'd be me carrying it forward depending on how the year went. So there's certainly that avenue to take in that first month, and I would share that with the board, how we're doing, what I'm hearing. Maybe it'll match what you already know. Maybe it'll be something different. The interesting thing is you don't know until you ask. And so what also happens is, while I'm learning everybody else, they're learning me, right? They're learning my methodology. They're learning my drive, my core values, how they connect here, and where I see the district going, where we see the district going together. Because it can't just be my story. It just can't be the community story. The superintendent's hired for a reason. It's our story, how we're crafting that together and then sharing that out. So, I can't say what the nuts and bolts of that plan would be, but I can tell you we would have one, for sure.
And in terms of, what do you think you would need from us as school committee members?
What I've learned over the years from not only my own experience, but other superintendents and other friends who are in leadership positions is the school board, and to a large degree, the relationship the superintendent has with the school board can drive the district. To have a functioning, professional school board superintendent relationship is important to me. So just be, again, a matter of building that relationship together and building a direction together. You're on this board for a reason. You want to see the schools do well. As a superintendent, I would want the same thing. So to craft that together would be important to me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is that to me?
Sure.
Hi, sir. Welcome. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, Peter, you as well.
Can you give examples of programs or educational policies to improve quality instruction that you have implemented in other school districts?
Sure. And again, this is a matter of asking. So in Waltham, I asked, through those surveys, what's something we need to work on? Staff said, writer's workshop. I said, okay, tell me more about that. I said, well, during the opening school meeting last year, we had about 3 slides on writer's workshop, and then we were told we have to do this. and we have no idea how to do this. And we're afraid because we're being held to this accountability, yet we don't know how to do it because we haven't been trained well. So what I did at the time in Waltham was to work with my literacy coach, pull in an expert, Mary Ellen Jacoby. She's noted for her expertise on Writer's Workshop, and she lives in the area. We asked her if she would come. I had to work with the central office to develop budgets around substitute teachers because I wanted to make sure the professional development happened right in the school with our students. You get more buy-in that way, and you see an expert actually working with our students who come to school every day. So I got I had to build some relationships there because there was some fear along the lines of, well, we're the experts. What do you mean? We'll come in and do this. And I said, well, here's what my staff is telling me. Here's why I think this is valuable. Here's where I think we'll go if we're able to do this and you support it. You can choose not to. I understand. They chose to support it. We developed budgets around the professional development, around the substitutes, the coverage, and we gave every teacher in my building, full-time teacher, 9 hours of professional development with Mary Ellen Jacoby. And we crafted this plan so they got to meet with her before a lesson, they got to watch her teach a lesson, and then they debrief with her afterwards. That's 3 days of doing that with her. The learning, just that process of watching, participating, debriefing, I can tell you the learning was phenomenal. Teachers were so invested in doing it because, again, working with our students, getting to actually talk and question an expert in the field, and then getting the support from myself and the literacy coach in central office. And then once it was done, I said, all right, everybody, this is what I understood we learned. Go through this list and see if I'm correct. And we went through the list, and there was most agreement, most of them. Then I said, what can we hold ourselves accountable for? Because now I'm going to do learning walkthroughs on a daily, weekly basis to gauge our level of understanding and follow through. And then we shorten the list, right? Because we can't be held accountable to everything. And then as we were doing that, the interesting thing that came up, I saw a lot of action on what we had done. I saw people conferring in a better way, organizing mini lessons in a much more meaningful way, connecting with their students and circling back and creating mini lessons off of what the students were writing and telling them during their conferring sessions. So it was working. But then the interesting thing that happened, while you're present in your building, holding people accountable, they're saying things to you like, wait a second, I don't understand this, Anthony. We have to get more development on this. I'm not quite sure yet. And sometimes those are questions I could answer to them. I could send them to another teacher. Or I said, we need to bring someone else back, or we need to do professional development. So they kept giving me more to my plan so I could further develop them. And as you're doing that with curriculum, whatever kind of adoption you're talking about or technology that you're integrating, you have to do it similarly. You really need people's investment in this, why it's important. And then when they question you, you have to be ready for that because people should have questions. It shouldn't be here, take this and run with it and do great like my staff had. 3 days, 1 day, 20 minutes, 3 slides, go ahead and do this. That's not fair, but we do that often in education. Too often I noticed as a leader at the building level, at central office sometimes, it seemed and appeared to me that they were chasing the next new shiny object and had given up on something that the staff was invested in. And then, you know what staff does? They make decisions based upon that. Well, is this something that's going to stick? Is this really important? And so as a leader of the district, I would do the same thing and make sure I was in buildings, following up, holding ourselves accountable, which means holding myself accountable, and holding it accountable to the taxpayers who support the budget. All that has meaning for me.
Great, thank you.
I guess I'll go next. You've sort of answered parts of this already, so now I'm going to try and sort of put together a question that makes sense.
Sure.
Coming in as an interim, I believe everyone in central office, I think except one, has been hired by the administration that's leaving now, the superintendent that's leaving now. And obviously, in a situation like this, it would be crucial for the interim superintendent to really have a plan to retain senior staff, and not only during the year that they're there, but also leave them in a happy place for whoever moves into the permanent role, whether it be the interim moving up or someone else coming in. So, what are your thoughts around that process, or how you would sort of go about it?
I would do similar again. So the central office should have been included in that, meet everyone.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the idea is, how can I help you grow in this year? So when I go out to an audience, sometimes I'm doing a keynote address and it's only an hour. I say, you know what? We only have an hour together, you and me. I have to form a relationship with you somehow. And sometimes I'm speaking to audiences over 1,000 people. And I say, I have to be able to share what I think is important, connect to what you think is important, and together, hopefully give you an idea, a methodology, an approach that's different from what you're doing now, or maybe it's a reaffirmation of what you're doing. Same thing with central office. How can I help you grow in 1 year's time? It actually might be more accelerated for them. Because I would hold myself accountable on them as well. Because I want to see them grow in that year's time, whether it's preparing them for somebody else, or as you said, an interim, if it would be me, with me. I will be invested in the job the moment I get it. And that means helping people grow. Because as I said at the beginning, you're not going to have student growth without educator growth. So if my central office isn't growing, there's a chance that my principals aren't growing, and department heads aren't growing, and my staff isn't growing, and my support staff isn't growing. I want everyone to be on a path of growth. And so that's important to me. It's why I've been passionate about this work for 20 years in different capacities. To quickly go back, when I first started teaching in Boston, I would say to the kids on the first day of school, I would say, we might have the doctor that cures cancer in this classroom today. We might have that. We might have the nurse that treats me, the mechanic that fixes my car, the pilot that flies my plane, the chef that cooks my meal, or whatever you want to be. So when I did that in Boston, that's 100% poverty. That's second language learners, different community from here. But I went and I found half of my class online a couple years ago. And one of my students is a med student at Ohio State College. The Ohio State, right? He's a med student. He might be that doctor. So I'm serious about that. So if I'm serious about that, I'm going to help and support everyone who supports the learning.
So we have sort of a unique opportunity in our community right now to purchase some land that abuts a school. So that's one of the things that the interim superintendent would need to either actualize or move beyond. So can you talk to us about some experience you may have with renovating or planning for a building, or how you would go about negotiating, or how you would go about prioritizing sort of a long list of projects that we have?
Sure, because our resources are not infinite. So you go.
Correct. We do not have the 6 stones, and we cannot just, correct.
Can't just shake something
We
and
do
money
not
fall
have
out of the
that.
tree. That goes back to the values again, and prioritizing to your values. I've had experiences in renovating the school I was in Wellesley. That's the extent of my experience. But I was working pretty closely with project management around, everything around access, handicap access, so ADA, talking about maximizing space and taking piece of a hallway here, a piece of a room here to maximize that, making the building safer. In the building I was in, the office was through the hallway from the front door, so moving that. And then talking about where do we put the teacher's room and understanding my staff, whereas maybe central office and the project managers didn't understand my staff and where they wanted to locate that teacher's room. So there's a lot that goes into that. And certainly around purchasing land, you have to have the objective of why we're doing that. Again, that's going to be at a cost. And so other things are going to go by the wayside, or maybe you have to raise revenue to do that. So again, getting back to that why of it, it's important. Obviously, I would rely on some expertise of people in central office for the nuts and bolts of things that I don't know, and I think every leader has to do that. In fact, I don't think that I know that. And so if I'm helping people grow, they're going to help us grow together and help me do my job and do our job together. So in that when you're working through renovations, and I've worked through the idea of renovation versus knocking down and building new and those kind of ideas and what the cost is. And again, when you're working with project management, they have to understand the needs of the school, and they're looking at their budgets and how they maximize their profits, which doesn't always connect to what the schools need. So I was very forward in my discussions with them about what I thought we needed and why. And they might have come back with a dollar sign or something like that to central office, and then we had to have meetings and discussions around that. But if you're not tied to some sense of value, then you can just get walked on some level. Walk on isn't the right word, but if you're not prepared for those difficult discussions. I always said if I became a superintendent, which I might, I would ask my principals if I was hiring them, tell me how you feel about conflict. How do you manage conflict? Because it shows up at your door almost every single day, wherever you are. And so I've become really, really good at managing conflict. I've learned not to take things personally. I've learned to listen through the emotion to what we're really driving at, what your concern is, if you're voicing a concern. So in the planning stage of purchasing land and setting it up so it's successful, I would do that, and I would do it diligently. So either to prepare for the next person taking over, which means I'm preparing for the schools in the district that has entrusted me to do this job to the best of my ability. And it could be for my benefit too if I continued on as a superintendent. So I'd be driven to do it well. But that's the way I've always been driven.
So I got one.
Yeah.
I have two, but I'll try
for
one.
it.
Yeah.
So, so you've been a building leader,
Yep.
mostly at elementary schools.
Yep.
So, tell us how you would scale some of the efforts that you've spoken about at the building level to now a district.
Yeah.
5 schools, 3 elementary, 1 middle, 1 high.
Yeah.
Over 1,000 staff people.
Yep.
I don't know how many in central office. I'm embarrassed to say.
Why?
But how do you, so tell us how you would scale that, and also being a superintendent, I mean, you're farther removed from the classroom.
Yep.
Right? You have other administrative challenges
Yep.
beyond just instructional.
Yep.
So can you describe sort of your thoughts about how you would deal with the depth of issues that you have to deal with, as well as the scale of it?
Well, again, I think it goes back to what Michelle was saying earlier, prioritize. So what's important? What are we talking about here? Is it teaching and learning? Is it something ancillary? It's important to again, narrow those down in discussions and meetings and whatever we're talking about, to get to the source, all right? And then talk about it in a way that either says this is important, we're going to raise this to this, or we're going to say this is not as important as these things that we have prioritized, and this is how we'll get to it. Scalability is interesting. Whoever takes a superintendent role, they're usually not going to have elementary, middle, and high school experience. For myself, from where I sit in interviews I've had, I get the sense that, well, it might be harder to go from elementary up. Not everybody will believe that, but I think some people do. Elementary is where you create the culture where kids love learning. And so you have to work through a lot of challenges and issues from students who sometimes will not separate from a parent to walk into the school door, which is a very challenging situation that I had to do almost every single year to some level, which would always end with, I'm going to call you in about a half an hour, and I'm going to predict that your child's going to be adjusted and having a great time in school, which always did happen. But that sense of assurance from people, and not to judge a person in that moment, because they're already not feeling good about themselves and their child, and that can happen quite easily. So even in those situations, it's a matter of working through the emotion to helping people be their best. And you get lots of experience in elementary school doing that, because kids are trying to figure it out as they enter into schools. So there's almost not been an issue at elementary school that I haven't had. And I say that with some sadness to a death of a student off campus, to challenges with staff, to removing staff or not rehiring staff. At the middle and high school level, they face them maybe in different ways. The beauty of the job that I've had recently is I've got to do it at all levels with all kinds of leaders and all kinds of staffs. And when you're talking about self-actualization, you can talk about that in kindergarten, 7th grade, and 11th grade. When you talk about growth mindset, what does it mean to actually grow? Do we have the understanding that everyone can grow their intelligence, their abilities, and talents? I was saying this while I was waiting to come in. Nobody argues with that statement. But how do we do it? What do we say? How do we plan? How do we assess? How do we grade? What feedback do we give that either inspires someone to learn or turns them off to it? So, as a leader, you've got to make an impact in your presence that lasts in your absence. As a principal, I had to do that. I knew I had to do that because my teachers taught, on average, research will tell you, teachers teach 900 hours. I was only with them maybe for 2 of those 900s. So I have had some sort of inspiration, some sort of impact on them that lasted in my absence. And I can tell you, it did, because they told me so. And that's not always easy to share, because part of being a leader is having a heavy dose of humility. I would say to my staff all the time, my power is in you. You teach every day. My job is to set the culture to make sure it happens. So that's scalable. Inspiration is scalable. If I don't know something, I'll learn it to help and support. No doubt. No doubt. You know, when I have led, and it's hard for me to explain, but I'll try, I do something to people and for them that makes them want to show up early and stay late, that they will not balk at taking the most challenging students because they know I would support them. So there's that level of inspiration in what I do, which I think is important for any leader. If you don't have that foundational piece of relationships and inspiration, you know, I've had this discussion several times lately in the districts I've been in. Culture trumps everything. It just does. And so culture's scalable.
May I ask one more question, building off the growth mindset? Building off the growth mindset, could you describe for us what the teaching and learning environment might look like in our district 5 or 10 years from now?
Interesting you ask, because it's changing, right? You get the research is out there that says, you know, in 20 years, whatever percentage of jobs, 50 to 60% of the jobs haven't even been invented yet, right? So the idea around teaching is, here's what I see. I see greater personalization with some role that technology plays with this. And technology, by the way, is a tool. It does not replace the teacher. So it's a matter of helping scale that with teachers and give them the professional development to use it to greater personalized lessons. You know, I just saw it last week, the way that a teacher personalized it by using his technology, starting a high school math lesson without a lecture. The individual lessons were on the computer, but his culture is set up in the room where kids help each other, and he helps the kids that need the most challenge or need the most support. That's a different way of thinking about education, especially at middle school and high school level. Maybe it's happening here already, quite possibly could be, but I see greater personalization with the use of technology. You know, critical thinking is always going to be out there because we have to have kids apply their knowledge in some meaningful way, especially if there is a position that does not exist, like social media manager. 1986 when I graduated high school, right? But even like 2006, there wasn't social media. So this idea of building knowledge and skills that are applicable across the curriculum. So growth mindset is really looking at, I believe you can learn. And if you're not learning, as the teacher, I have to adjust how I'm teaching to you. I have to give you the skills and strategies that help you succeed, which means there's more than one way to teach, especially at all levels. Because the second kids feel like they've been given up on, then they act in turn. They might be disruptive in the class. They might skip the class. They might say they have a stomach ache in elementary school, so they don't have to go. We call them frequent flyers. They were in the nurse a lot, right? So that happens. But if I believe you can grow, I will never give up on you. So at the Fisk Elementary School, when kids said to a teacher, I'm not a good writer, Teacher would say, not yet. Because yet conveys hope. Yet means I am not done. And by the way, as a principal, I learned to say that with my staff. I'm not good with English language learners, teaching them how to read. Not yet, but I can help you. What do you think you need? I'll come and observe and tell you what I think, but what do you think? Let's create a plan together. So it's that idea of yet. It's the idea of growth means different. Growth is just not getting an A in the grade, right? Because I got A's in classes where I did not grow. So at the Fisk Elementary School Growth Mindset, this is what we did, Peter. We changed what we said. We changed our feedback, which all of a sudden changed the instruction and work we gave to the students. Because I can't give growth-minded feedback. I can't say you're applying a good effort if you're not challenged. So that means I need to make the work more challenging. So we started with our words, and it really is true. You change your words, you change your mind. And the kids picked up on it, and they tried really, really hard because they knew we were trying really hard to give them the right work. And just as a quick example, every reading and math lesson at Fisk Elementary, mini lesson was, teacher do a mini lesson, then the kids could go to reteaching with the teacher, typical work that they could do on their own, and challenge work that they could do on their own or with the teacher, depending on the time. And we let the kids self-sort. And you could end up on reteaching on Tuesday and challenge on Thursday, or vice versa. So because we changed our words, all of a sudden we would differentiate in the work. That took us months, by the way. We didn't do that in days, and I let them work on that for months.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I just want to say that we're probably getting pretty close to when we should be wrapping up.
Yeah.
So,
I have one more I wanted to. So, you have not been a superintendent before.
No.
And so there's going to be a learning curve involved
Sure.
in that. And I would be interested in knowing how you feel you would approach that, and also how you would advise the school committee on matters of law, particularly when we're putting together policies or making decisions around that, and how you would go about, not having had experience with those things necessarily, how you
Sure.
would go about advising us and, building
Sure.
your own skills.
So my first day of principal, I went from teacher to principal. I was hired in the middle of the summer, in July, I think, or August, and school started in September. And that was a different experience making sure the supplies got where they needed, make sure the class lists were all done, and new kids coming in, putting them on the list. And so I remember quite clearly, there was no assistant, no school psychologist full-time, so it was me, the secretary, and the nurse. That was the office. And all the kids got into class on the first day, and I looked at the secretary and the nurse, and I said, now what? But you learn now what, right? My first now what was Patrick. Patrick was sent to my office, my first student, in kindergarten. And we had this long bench that the principal for me had left. It was like an 8-foot bench, and Patrick was sitting on one end. So I thought maybe I should sit on the other end, not get too close. He looked like he was upset. And I looked down at him, I said, Patrick. I already learned his name. Patrick, what's up? What's going on? And he looked at me earnestly and said, Mr. Colanino, rules, rules, rules. No one taught me how to deal with Patrick. I never learned that in a course. But I learned to work with Patrick and get him to feel safe and secure at school. And Patrick acted out a lot. And I was with Patrick a lot. And he was in kindergarten. But I never disrespected Patrick. I never hurt Patrick. I never raised my voice to Patrick. Because if I was willing to help him grow and put the time in, then I had to be respectful and figure it out with his teacher, with his family, to do it the best of my ability. I can tell you, I saw Patrick now. Patrick is 19. He graduated tech school, and he works at HVAC. And he told me all about that because I met him recently. I said, you remember our time together? And he smiled, and he said, yes. All of this is learning. Some of the, on the job, I've learned a lot as a leader in a school that's applicable to a district, no doubt. There are things I will have to learn that I have not learned. Everyone who takes this job has to learn something at some point. My advising to you and working with you, I'm going to work closely with you because I'm going to need you in your support. And things I don't know, I'm going to tap the expertise of the people here. And if they don't know it, we're going to figure it out and find out together. That's what I do. So when I needed to find a expert in writer's workshop, I researched experts in writer's workshop and went through several before I landed on one that I would use. Similar. It's applying those skills and strategies, just like I said for students. It's the same for adults. It can be more challenging for adults because adults don't like to admit when they don't know something. One of the things I learned as a leader, which I don't think many people talk about, is you have to expose your vulnerabilities. This is what I'm not good at. This is what I'm struggling at. So when I said that to my staffs, they understood that and they helped me and supported me because I helped and supported them. It was cyclical, the relationship, symbiotic. We're here to help each other. So it'll be the same here. My advising of you, I'll be openly communicating to you often. Whatever schedule we set, whatever you've been used to, maybe we use that, maybe we set up a new schedule. But I certainly want to communicate things of importance to you and just everyday things that you need to hear and see about because we forget why we're here sometimes. That's why I shared emails every day with my staff. That's why I wrote inspirational ones on Friday, because sometimes the struggles and the challenges are real and we forget why we're here. So when we communicate often and the lines are open, we'll communicate the important and challenging things. I wouldn't say more easily, but more comfortably. And that's a big part of the job.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All set? Yeah, I definitely want to thank you for coming in. I'm sorry, yeah, so do you have any, questions for us? So we sort of changed the format of how we're.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll give you a couple of quick ones, all right? Then
Sure.
Timeline?
So,
Maybe tonight.
it's already been shaken up a few times.
Okay.
So, after we meet with the candidates tonight, we're sort of going to discuss on whether or not we might be selecting someone tonight, whether we want to go for a second round of interviews or
Okay.
introduce new candidates that have expressed interest. So that's sort of up in the air. We do have a July 1 start date that we're really trying to meet. So it will be very rapid one way or the other.
Okay.
An overlap would be great with
So-
the current superintendent.
If that's possible, but we are running out of time with
Sure.
that very quickly.
Sure. Just the second question is, anything, answers to my questions that left you with questions that are unanswered that you'd like to ask me before I go?
Found them very thorough.
Yeah, no, I think we had pretty decent follow-up.
Okay.
You explained things very well, thank you.
Okay. I try. You would hope as a newspaper reporter you'd carry that skill. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Coming
Thank
in, it was really nice meeting you.
All right, nice to meet you as well. And I look forward to hearing as well.
Yeah, of course.
So. Yeah, me too.
Are we still live? We're still live, right?
Yep. They'll
Well, hi. Welcome to Hamilton Wenham. My name's David Polito. I'm the chair of the Hamilton Wenham Regional School Committee. I just want to thank you for taking some time out to meet with us tonight. Excuse me. We're sort of going to go a little round robin around the table and ask you questions.
Okay.
Be about 45 minutes or so worth of questions. At the end, if you have any questions for us, feel free to ask.
Great.
Or if you need any sort of clarifying, feel free. We want to make this an open dialogue back and forth. So just to begin, why don't you explain a little bit who you are and why you were interested in applying for this position as interim superintendent?
So I've been teaching now for about 23 years. I consider myself an educator first, always. Excuse me. And about 12 years ago, I was working in the city of Lynn, and it's very different than the smaller suburban and rural communities. And I started to see how everything was changing, and I started to see that I didn't have the opportunity to affect as many lives as I thought I was going to as a teacher in the classroom, and I felt that I would have a better opportunity if I were to get into administration to be able to reach more students. I really believe that I have a clear vision, and that with the right team, that we'd be able to move a district like Hamilton Wenham, who's already so successful, to the next step, the next level. One of the reasons that I think that my experience in the districts that I've worked in between Newburyport, Saugus, and Winthrop are a good fit is really size-wise, enrollment number-wise, amount of teachers, overall staff, and administrators and buildings are very comparable in all three districts. The level of success that Hamilton Wenham has been seeing is been truly great. And I've known Dr. Harvey for the last 5 years. I've been a member of MASS, and his team has done some really great work, and they should be very proud of all of you. Should be. But I feel like the work that I've done in regard to budgets, in regard to finance, I oversee all grants with the exception of IDEA and the 240 under special education, in all districts, not in Newburyport, in Saugus and in Winthrop, in the role that I have now. I've been the lead on professional development, and the biggest piece with that is really getting to know what it is that the teachers need. Talking to the administrators, talking to the teachers, and finding out what they need to take it to the next level. Especially in a district like this that's been so successful. And I myself, I've relocated to North Shore, but I've really fallen in love with the North Shore. I've been here now for almost 25 years. I moved in the mid-90s and settled in Saugus in 2000. And like I said, I've been a member of MASS for the last 5 years, and I've worked with the team of administrators in the North Shore Superintendent's Roundtable, and the dedication and the amount of work and what they can get done as a group collectively for the good of all is just really, it's outstanding to me. It's very impressive. I don't know, what Dr. Harvey has shared, but the MASS really would love to emulate what North Shore Superintendent's Roundtable does with our legislative connections and breakfasts and luncheons, and really digging into the work that needs to be done for all schools. And I want my next position to be in that community. I want to be able to rely on and use that same group of cadres that I can go to now to ask any question, and know that they understand me, they know where I'm coming from, we support the same belief systems. And I grew up in Western Mass in a town very similar to Hamilton Wenham, a lot of similarities. It's grown and changed over the years, but I graduated in a class of 120 students, and I had two superintendents my entire life. I knew both of them, they knew both of me. both of me. There's only one of me, but
The little you and the
yeah,
big
the little
you.
me and the big me, right. So, but I know that difference. You know, I'm still connected with some of my teachers on social media. They've since retired, but, you know, they stay connected with a lot of us. But there's a different sense of community when you have a class that size and, you know, you get to know not just the students in your class, but their parents and sometimes their grandparents who run the corner store or the gas station down the street, or, you know, it's different. And you can educate kids in a different manner if you're willing to be innovative in these type of environments. And I was really drawn to it. And I knew it was a tough call in the beginning with the first posting with the interim position. And I'm sorry it's been so difficult on all of you, but I'm really glad that I've been able to come in and talk with you. So thank you for that invitation.
Great, thank you. Can you explain, sort of, just talk about your management style?
So, for me, it's all about relationships. You know, I am totally collaborative. I know I don't have all the answers. I don't pretend to have all the answers. I've learned to be a much better listener in the last few years. I always thought I was a good listener, and I figured out after the first year in the executive director position that I sat there and listened, but I kind of already had my mind made up. And I learned that that's not good listening, you know. And so, you know, I'm very, I need that collaborative nature. I need those conversations. I need those naysayers to tell me why it's not a good idea. Because sometimes in the excitement and the passion for something, or, oh my God, I just saw this look so fabulous, you need to take that step back and say, and listen to the other side that says that's not such a good idea because, or we've tried that here and this is why it wasn't successful, but we agree with you, but maybe we need to take a different route in approaching it this time, you know? So I surround myself with people who want to have that dialogue, you know, want to have that back and forth and want to be a part of something bigger and are willing to, you know, dial back a little bit, put it out there, reach out for more. You know, I'd like to say to build consensus, you know, that's generally the goal in any building or any environment. You can't always get there, but I have always been a believer that individuals follow leaders not for the decisions they make, but for the whys behind those decisions. So if the root analysis is always that the decision is what's best for our students, or it's what's best for our community, they don't necessarily always agree with you, but they know you're fair. They know why you're supporting something, and they can usually get on board and hopefully be a part of it, rather than, you know, just come along for the ride kind of thing. And that's kind of what I learned too, that if I ask enough of the questions of why, sometimes I can help build that consensus, because people start to realize that, okay, maybe I'm not looking at it from the right lens, you know, or maybe I can redirect Lori to look at it from a different lens kind of thing. And I, you know, always encourage my administrators to use that same tool when they're talking with teachers, because, you know, we get out of the classroom, we've been out of the classroom for a while, and every year something changes in education, whether it's a, you know, it's something in regard to the students, something in regard to assessment, something in regard to accountability. But for teachers, it's a different world. It's a different world from when I was in the classroom. I know that, you know, and I feel like we have to continue to be that cheerleader and bring the teachers back to that point of why you're here, how can I help you? I know it's not easy. I know the hurdles you have to jump through can be very difficult, but we're here to support you because we know you're here for the kids. And it's just bringing everyone kind of back to that center point. So I like to surround myself with people who want to have the dialogue. And, you know, and if they don't, I work really hard to get them to that point, you know, get them to see why it can be so advantageous for all of us. So that's pretty much what my leadership style is.
Great. Can you explain your thoughts on the difference between an interim superintendent and a full-time superintendent?
Yeah, I don't know that there's actually a difference per se, but I know the reasons why you might look for an interim versus a full-time. I can't say that I wouldn't, if it was me that was moved forward, that I would, be in it for the long haul and hoping for that audition and be applying, because, as I said, I was really drawn to the community. I think part of the difference is working with you as a school committee and to know what your goals are for the year, and then to weave my goals into making sure that yours are accomplished, and that at the same time, I'd be setting a stage for the possibility of the future and not feeling like it's been a year that, in a holding pattern. We want to allow people to continue to grow and allow people to push those envelopes. So my strategy would be the same either way, but I would need to know what your real goals are as a school committee in order to weave them together. Make sense? Okay.
Excuse me. Last question from me before we move on. So you came from Saugus, and I know they're building a new building there. So can you describe your experience in that new building process, and do you have any experience with purchasing land?
So I was there. I should set the stage for my time in Saugus. It might help. So I was in Saugus for 7 years, 3 years as a building principal and 4 years as an executive director. In that time in Saugus, I had 5 different superintendents, 6 if you count the fact that our executive director of finance was also put in charge for a 3-week interim in between. So the SOI was developed and written under one superintendent. The education plan and the outline, the layout with the architects of the building was done under another superintendent. Then when the last superintendent came in, so I had to work very hard to help kind of align all of the pieces. The superintendent was always the one to attend the MSBA meetings and be a part of the actual town building committee. But I, in Saugus, was in charge of all of the elementary education plan, as well as taking the middle school, high school, and special education pieces and melding it into one and producing the final education plan for the district. So I was the one that put that together, and with the help of, obviously, those other counterparts, the middle school principal, the high school principal, and the special education director did their parts. We sat together, we worked together at where and how they fit, and then I took the document and created one for the process. In Saugus, there were a few different parcels of land that were looked at, but all were owned by the town. One had a little sticky situation because it was part of an edge of Breakheart Reservation, so there were some questions. But everything was owned by town, so there wasn't really ever any procurement issues with it. It was just about doing the land surveys, what was going to work the best, and they ended up using the fields at the actual high school, and right now, it's getting there, if you've driven by, but,
It is.
yeah. And then eventually the school itself will become the fields. So, but, as far as land purchases, no, other than homes I've owned and, but can I ask a question?
Yeah, yeah, no, definitely.
Does that become an issue for you in a regional, as far as the land? Or
No,
is it
it's a
just-
very unique process, obviously, and I actually think you did a fantastic job answering, because it almost
Yeah.
fits perfectly with our situation.
It kind of sits
currently.
where we're at, yeah.
And I think also, if I can just jump in and ask, what's your experience with a capital improvement plan?
So Saugus is, the capital improvement plan in Saugus has always been done on the town side. The school committee has worked with the administration to say, these are the things we want to take and add to the capital improvement plan. But it doesn't stay a separate entity within the schools. So in Saugus, there's a Schedule 19 agreement at the end, which is a chargeback agreement from the town. So for example, plowing, all those kinds of things are done by the town. Then it's charged back to the schools at the end. However, for some reason, through 6 superintendents, they've never been able to actually get an agreement on paper ahead of time. So years ago, I remember we were being charged $500,000 a year in a chargeback for MBTA busing. None of our students ride the MBTA buses. We had our own busing. So that was when the conversations first started about, we really need to have an agreement in place now, you know. And it happened with the next superintendent and the next, and unfortunately, due to that constant turnover, it always got pushed aside. But, so capital improvement was kind of the same thing. Each time there was something that was too big of a ticket, they also, the same issue, and I'm not sure here, but the town owns all of the school buildings. Do your towns own the buildings?
They own the land, I believe.
And we own the building.
We own the building for the middle and high school.
So, we
Uh,
own the land at the high school too, don't we?
Yeah, we own our middle school, high
Yeah.
school. The regional district
Right.
owns that. The elementary schools are owned by the towns, and we lease them for like $1 a year.
Right.
And those leases were renewed recently, but in Hamilton, at least I know they were only for 10 years, which is interesting because we owe money on them to the, with the MSBA
right,
for
for the
beyond the length of
improvements.
our lease, yeah.
Right, right, right.
But,
Yeah, so that was, you know, that's always been something going on in Saugus as well. The town owns the actual building. So, for example, the Kelly School, which is, I don't know if anybody's familiar with Saugus, it's right kind of in the center of Saugus. That was closed, gosh, it's probably been 15 years now, or something around there. And it's been leased to a daycare, early childhood program. And so it's never had to be brought up to code because it's always been a school. And at the same time, there are all kinds of things that need to be done there. But it falls under capital improvements because the town owns it. But we have to list it because it's still listed with the schools because we don't want to, we're the ones actually leasing it to
yeah.
the daycare so that in case we ever need to take it back, we could without having to meet the requirement, which would be totally unfair at this point. But, you know, that's the ways around things kind of thing. But yeah, that's more the point for the capital improvement piece is we add to the towns and then it becomes more of a town meeting and FinCom discussions with the town manager. And you have a town manager and a town administrator, correct?
Well,
An
we have
interim?
interim town administrator right now, but yeah.
But you're right. Well, a lot of turnover happening right now.
Right,
And which
right.
is interesting, because right when Dr. Harvey came, we also had a new town administrator.
Right,
Yeah,
right,
so
right.
It's like cyclical maybe. So can you talk about how you would reach out to strengthen your relationships and trust for the schools with our local stakeholders, whether that's faculty, family, municipal officers, us, business community, and the taxpayers?
Yeah, I mean, that would be part of my goals in coming in would be to establish those meetings and those relationships. I would have a set series of questions that to ask each of these different groups. You know, I'd invite people in who, you know, if it's a coffee for the community, if it's going to, I'm not sure which organizations, but a Rotary or an Elks or a Chamber of Commerce or something to have those conversations because, you know, there can be 10 people if I were to come in and tell me, oh, this is an issue here, this is an issue here. But unless you really do that, you know, that strategic planning model of a theory in action and ask these questions, get all those results, break it down and say, work with the administrative team to say, okay, so what really are the big issues that the community sees? What are the issues that the teachers are saying? What are the issues that the students are saying? And the parents are saying? And then come back and say, okay, these are our clear issues as defined by the community as a whole. And then you build your strategic plan around, now, what's our vision to fix these things? You know, and then from then on, everything you do moving forward now has to have a piece of that plan. So, you know, it has to start from that vision and that mission that starts with the core values that you decide on, where you're gonna go, how you're gonna get there, what it's gonna look like in each building, so that the superintendent's goals are tied to it, the central office is tied to it, the administrators, so that everybody is working towards that same goal. But everybody has to have a piece in the development, or there's no full buy-in to where you're going. You know, teachers need to know, I was a part of that plan. I'm the one who said that these are really issues, you know, or this group of them said, this is really an issue for us. So there has to be that investment from everybody, and that's when you start to see that movement, and then it all ties to the budget. So everything that you're doing, you need to be able to speak to as to, okay, you want that in your budget, why? Where does it fit in your, you know, in this vision that we created? Where does it fit in what's best for students? Or where does it fit in how we take the success you're having right now to that next level? And, you know, I want teachers, I want administrators too, but I want teachers to come to me and say, what if? You know, like, what if we taught this class this way? What if we tried this? You know, we're at a point now where we have students in kindergarten this year that we have no idea what kind of world they're gonna be coming out into. So we know what we want for our high school graduates. We know we want them to be collaborative, independent thinkers. We want them to be able to make mistakes and be resilient and come back and, you know, not give up. But we just don't have any idea what 5-year-olds are gonna be facing, because the world is changing so rapidly. You know, when I was in high school, like I said, there was such a different connection, but I know, I got my first cell phone, I think I was junior in college, and it was a bag phone in my car, you know, so it was like, it was a different world. And it's a different world for educators, and I think that that's the biggest piece, is continuing to tie it all together and help remind educators how we can work together to get things accomplished, and not, you know, it's easy to rear against the machine, you know, the changes, the constant accountability. I was just at another accountability update meeting last week, you know, and these are the things that eat away at these, our really great teachers who get so frustrated with that one more thing, you know.
Have you presented a budget to a town meeting, or have you attended a town meeting, or
Yeah,
have you spoken on behalf of the schools at a town meeting?
I did with 2 superintendents. I spoke at the FinCom meeting, just briefly in regard to curriculum instruction, evaluation, because at the time it was the new evaluation tool was being implemented in the teacher rubrics, and it was driving a lot of our costs for professional development. And then around MCAS time and the need for influx of Chromebooks and technology, and same thing. So I would speak to them about the cost driving. Our superintendents have always done or led the conversations. And then I've had other superintendents that would prefer that we just prepare the information for them and they would do the presentation. So it's always been up to them.
So can you tell us about your like approach and philosophy around building a budget at a district level?
So we're doing something very new this year in Winthrop, which is, I believe, is the way I would do it going forward. I know everybody hates this word, but it's really more of a zero-based budgeting.
Zero-based budget.
But it's based on the vision. It's based on what I just said. It's going out to the administrators, who then go to their teachers and say, because we have our strategic plan in place with all of our steps for each school and how they're going to attack the different pieces of it. So every teacher had to say, forget about, you know, what was in your line last year. What do you need to meet these goals, to run your class and meet these goals? And it was the first time they were really involved at that teacher level, you know. And yes, there's some pie in the sky, you know, really want this. It would be fabulous if I had 3 more, you know, 3D printers and a laptop dedicated to each one and those kind of things. But the reality is, when they were very practical for the most part, being able to show and tie it to that document and why it was important to move us forward. And it allowed myself and the superintendent, because this is her second year as superintendent, and my first year in Winthrop, it allowed both of us to really see the budget, to know where everything is, versus carrying it forward, and why does the high school have, $65,000 in social studies textbooks when they were purchased 2 years ago? Those kind of things, those errors shouldn't exist. If you want to have real transparency, as soon as somebody sees that there's a line that was just carried from last year, it can become a sticking point depending on their lens. So it was very telling, and for her as a new superintendent in her second year, she really eyes wide open kind of thing. Like really, now she knows exactly where everything is, had a hand in literally putting it in there with the finance person. We don't have a school business manager. We have a school business office manager. The town used to take care of the school's finances, and that became a bit of an issue last year because you need somebody in the schools watching out for the schools. And you need somebody at town watching out for the town. The jobs are too big for one person to do, and it's very difficult when those lines start to blur.
And there's some strange laws that are
Very
specific
strange,
to each one, yeah.
and town accountants don't necessarily understand, the Department of Education's laws around school finance. So we got kind of a program and a formula from a superintendent who'd been doing it for a long time, and started doing it with our administrators and teachers all year long. So it was it was really amazing to watch the culmination of it, because it was hard to kind of get to what it was going to look like at the end or how realistic it was going to be, but it surprisingly was.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was about to ask you what led the Winthrop superintendent to go to zero-based budgeting? Because it's a long process. It's very unusual to be done. So there's a lot of reasons why a lot of organizations don't do zero-based budgeting.
So Winthrop is, it's a great town. Everybody works together very well. Police, fire. There's a new town manager. The police chief was the interim town manager when she took office 2 years ago. So they had a really, great working relationship. She was born and raised in the town, so she is very familiar with the goings-on. But looking at the budget, she was struggling, and like I said, the town had been taking care of it, so there was a lot of unknowns, and there was a budget shortfall. And we figured if there's that much of a budget shortfall, it's much bigger than we think it is. So, we really started kind of digging to what's the best way to handle this. And, some superintendents cringe when we mention it at meetings and all, but it's proved to be so effective, and we still don't know yet. Our school committee has voted the budget. However, we don't know yet what's going to happen as far as the town and FinCom yet. We've gone before FinCom, but we don't know the outcome yet, which is difficult, at this time. But we do know exactly where all the money is. So if there are things that need to be adjusted and hard decisions that need to be made, it's not going to be going to a principal and saying, cut 10%. It's going to be very explicitly, we know this is here. We know, we'd love it, but we can make the adjustments because we know it, and we don't have to kind of dig around, and you don't want to put a principal in a position either that it makes it very difficult for them with their staff, because then they have to go back and who are you going to tell that you're not getting the supplies you need, so it's been telling, and it's been a lot of work, and more so for her in the business office manager, but for everyone involved, I think it's been a great process, because I think the administrators truly have they know where their money is in their buildings now. Most of them just inherited it from a former administrator.
One of the challenges we've had recently is increase in our out-of-district placement costs.
I saw that.
Through numbers and also. just
Yeah,
in
I
law.
saw you guys are, like, in the last 12 years, you're up like 155%, and your
It's big, yeah.
transportation's another 55%, yeah. So,
So what types of creative ideas might you suggest that would allow us to still meet the educational needs of students, but kind of keep within our regular budget or help us to contain some costs?
well, special education is the trickiest piece of any budget, and it's also the largest piece of most all budgets. I mean, I think the biggest piece would be sitting with the special education director, understanding where the grant funding, where IDEA and 240 is being used, how much of 240 is being saved for upcoming issues, what's going on with circuit breaker. I mean, the rule of thumb should be that whatever's coming in this summer is used for next school year and not to prepay tuitions. I mean, everybody does it from time to
We've had
time
a
to
bad
save.
history with that. We do not do that.
Right,
Yeah.
right, so glad to hear that. So, yeah, so, I mean, that's one of the biggest challenges is, using those funds the right way, making sure that you can prepare and leave room, because you just don't know who's moving in. And unfortunately, because of no change in the Chapter 70 funding, that doesn't look like there's going to be any help in the transportation costs that we were pushing for in regard to regional schools. But I think, looking for efficiencies is always the job of the administrative central team, so it's got to be the special education director and the curriculum coordinator and the finance, assistant superintendent of finance and superintendent to say, how can we combine some of these things? How can we deliver special education, professional development with our regular education, and free up some funding here to make sure that there's coverage? Are we paying close attention to how IEPs are written? What kind of services, what kind of services are being proposed, and do they truly fit the buildings, or do they truly fit the model that we're using, and is it the same everywhere in the district? If IEPs are being written differently at one elementary school than another elementary school, and the transition piece isn't done correctly before the student goes to the middle school, they can end up in sixth grade with service delivery grids that don't match the scheduling time periods, or should have been updated and haven't been. And, that's all speculative. I have not spoken with your special education director or know any of that. So, but looking at those things is, I think, one of the most important things, first and foremost, is to make sure that, any funding source that you have has got some built-ins for just in case.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead, Mahela.
Interim, 1 year. As I said before, it is an important year for everybody. Can you give us an idea as to what you would do the first month, first 6 months, and then leading up to your transition?
So, again, I mean, it would really depend on what your goals are for the year. So if you have particular ones, I was going to ask this after, but maybe it fits here. So, I saw that since 15, 16, you have a new school improvement plan this year that was supposed to identify the steps towards building the strategic plan. But I also knew that it was presented to you in January, and Dr. Harvey's process started soon after, so I wasn't sure if some of that work had been done or started.
It was started, but then they all went to a change school sort of conference and did some work around that, so they kind of were thinking of going in a different direction. But
They-
They're presenting.
They are going
in
to present in June, the first week in June, they are going to present
So-
a new strategic blueprint.
So, I think getting to understand if this work has been done by the full staff and the teachers, then it's important to move forward with it. So it would be, finding out where they are, trying to, understand where I fit in and can help the process. And at the same time, doing what I spoke of earlier and getting out into the community and still doing this, this theory of action kind of approach to, okay, this is what you feel is going on, this is what some of the community feels is going on, or this is what parents are saying. So where are we finding the similarities? Where might there be differences? And see how we can meld that into this process. And so that would be throughout those first, it would probably take at least 4 or 5 months to get in front of everyone, to ask those same series of questions and get up to speed on what the plan is that they want to present to move forward with. And at the same time, it would be getting to understand more about the financials. So, I've done some research on it. I've seen the struggles with the out-of-district tuition and the cost of out-of-district transportation and the fact that enrollment down 17%. And so, unfortunately, at a time when healthcare costs are on the rise and, the cost of living adjustments, and I know what didn't make it was the OPEB monies didn't make it into your budget this year. That's dangerous. It's hard, because you can only do what you can do. But it's about, getting a really strong understanding of that, and I'm sure you guys must have been like petrified when you went to this step and nobody has regional experience, and what does that mean? So, I know there are, differences in the financial aspect from the superintendent perspective, though, that person really should continue to be the educational leader and driving that focus forward and working with their team and using their strengths to ascertain everything that's behind the scenes and get caught up, I don't feel that I'll have any problem in doing that at all. I think I've had enough exposure and enough experience in all these different areas of budget and development, that it'll just be about changing my context, a little bit. But I do think that, another big piece of that kind of transition piece will be in where we are and where you see the goals that you have. So if the decision is made to move forward with the plan that's in place, to lay out, the goals and the benchmarks. When do you want to see certain things done? What kind of steps do you want to see in the process? So it would kind of help us, guide us through the year. And then I would hope to be sitting in front of you again for another interview.
Thank you.
So can I ask you a question that you tweeted out
Okay.
earlier this year? How do you help others move towards your innovations?
So that's part of that what if, every year I participate in the Women's Leadership Conference that MASS supports. And there was just so much energy around being innovative leaders. And what does that mean? What does it look like? And a lot of times you say innovation and everybody thinks technology, and yes, that has a lot to do with it nowadays. But it's about just, saying, just because we've always done it this way, why do we have to do it that way? Let's be creative, And I think that a lot of that needs to come from the students. I know I said, and I think my personal belief statement is, I want to know why they want to come to school. I want to know why they don't want to come to school. And I want to be able to have those honest conversations with administrators so that they can have them with teachers to say, how do we make this happen? And I know that's not an issue getting kids to school here in Hamilton Wenham, but
Well, sometimes it is.
but it's the why. It's that why. It's back to that why. It's the same thing. So the high school principal and I in Winthrop have talked about starting next year with a different program with our 9th graders and using Naviance more during advisory to do the surveys that it does for kids around career interests and all, because, we pay for Naviance and everybody uses it for their college work, but we don't use it for that aspect, and really let it help kids drive what it is they find that they're good at and they really enjoy. And hopefully it can help us to design better learning paths through high school for students with different interest levels. But, I said to Matt, to the high school principal, I want to be there. Like, I want to meet with the kids. Like I said, my superintendents knew my name, and they knew who I was, and they knew my family, and that's the part of Hamilton Wenham that really, drew me in, that having that small environment where you can know all your kids. Obviously, you might stumble on names once in a while, but you can, you get a sense of what's important. And I think that that's really, it's a leading, I guess it's a leading process for me, is to get back to the kids, because I think that our middle and our high school, especially students, can give us a lot more direction on what we're doing right and what we're not.
Is it my turn? Hey. Two questions. Can you give examples of programs or educational policies to improve quality of instruction that you have implemented in another school district?
So, I've introduced a lot of new things into the two different districts over the last 5 years, but I think, and you're talking about, are you talking about a program that was struggling and we found a need for an additional, or just introduction of something new?
Either.
Okay,
I'm
so,
open to both.
so for example, for a program that we already had in place, for example, in Saugus, we used the Reading Street curriculum for the K-5 elementaries. And it's a very cumbersome curriculum, but it's strong. It's a Pearson product. It's one of the most popular in the nation. But it was, probably shouldn't say this on the microphone, but it was weak in phonics. So partnered with the Hill Project for Literacy, who does a lot of work with Dibbles out of University of Oregon, and they created a program called ECRI, Early Core Reading Instruction, and they did weekly units that went with Reading Street and also with Wonders, they're the two biggest national programs. And then we introduced this and trained all of our teachers in this program to go right along with the program, and we saw huge jumps in the phonics, and that was something I had to go searching for. Okay, we've already got something, we've made a huge investment in it. How do we fill this gap that we see we're creating? Because it's missing.
Can I ask a question? How did you identify the need, the gap? Was it student assessment? Was it teacher?
It was mostly looking at, I would say primarily looking at our own data assessments, our own DIBBLE assessments, and once they got a little bit older and got into the third grade MCAS, one of the big things that we talk about on the North Shore as superintendents and assistant superintendents is we're leading the nation, but only 52% of our students in third grade were proficient in English. So what does that say? So Manchester Essex is hosting this summer a two-part series where we're really working with the educational leaders to focus on the science behind teaching reading. And the fear that some of these programs that we're all becoming so invested in are taking us away from that because of the differentiation, which we still need, and because of the leveled readers and the ELL components and all, that maybe we're losing a little bit of the science. Because, what does it say? If Massachusetts is leading the nation and only 52% are testing proficient in third grade, we should be digging a little bit deeper, So it was mostly data assessment, and we had built in Saugus an RTI block every day in the elementary schools. So every 6 weeks, we had, we used the Hill, once we introduced ECRI and we used the Hill, we had consultants that came in every 6 weeks, and they met with the teachers, grade level teams, and they reassessed and progress monitored the students and then regrouped the students. So every 6 weeks, you either stayed within the same group, you might have moved up to an enrichment group, you might have, gone had a little bit of a slide and needed a little more intense tier 2 support. So it was really looking at the data that we had and saying, okay, why are we seeing these issues? Everything else seems to be making progress. We seem to be growing at the rates we would expect, except around phonemic awareness, you know. And you know, you just have to be able to find the strong partners that are willing to work with you and you know, support the teachers through the process. So it wasn't just give them the ECRI program, it was bring people in, let them take you through the data. What is it showing? So they trained our reading specialists in the district to be able to read these to be able to lead the data groups, and then they were able to step back. I don't know if they're still working with the district at all, but I definitely saw the strength that it brought to that program. As far as a new program, we were able to secure some funds from one of our state legislators through something that was written into a bill, and it was $60,000 for robotics enrichment for the students. So I met the gentleman who runs First Robotics, and I ended up going out to his house for the kickoff party for one of the, oh my God, the place is unbelievable. And we ended up partnering with First, and they became our fiscal agent. So we were able to transfer those funds to them so that we could use them repeatedly year after year. And we started participating in the First Robotics program in grades 5, 6, and 7. Then we expanded it and went 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And I'm fairly positive they're still doing it now, but we never had to charge a student. It was anybody who was interested. You know, there was discussion in the beginning, well, shouldn't we be charging activities fund? And I was saying, well, we have the money. You can't charge a student a fund for something that somebody else is going to pay for, you know? So it was great to have them do that. It was able to allow us to pay for the kits, to pay for the extension of the programs. Later on, we were able to buy 3D computers with LEA funded funds, and then incorporate them into the robotics and add the classroom at the 8th grade level. And at the high school, our CAD/CAM program added the robotics component with the 3D printers as well. So it expanded what we were already doing in the high school and started the program in 8th grade. So that, because, you know, technology and engineering, as much as it was covering some of those engineering standards, it wasn't really covering the technology portion. You know, it was doing the pulleys and levers, and it was doing all those things to reinforce what was going on in the classroom, but it didn't give us enough to really dive in. And so that was a program that, you know, I was really proud of, and it was very exciting to see the kids go out on the weekends and compete. And I know one of the groups, 4th or 5th grade this year, did really well in their competition. So, you know, that it was just fabulous, and they're a great organization to partner with. And they keep telling me that there are supposed to be more funds released for, you know, technology innovation in schools, but I haven't seen them hit the grants pages yet. But what they've said is that First will be included in those when they come out from DESE. So we're just keeping our fingers crossed and hoping, because I'd like to, you know, start those kind of programs. I think that it's amazing when you start to see the kids and you see who are the designers, who are the thinkers, and who are the builders.
Right.
And when they find their niche, it's amazing to see how they work together, and they just kind of find it. You know, they find their way to that, and that program really allows for it. So it's an exciting tool.
May I just ask my second question?
Sure.
Could you describe for us what the teaching and learning environment might look like in our district 5 or 10 years from now?
Jeez. You know, moving on hoverboards or something? No,
Where's
I mean,
my flying car?
yeah, maybe they're building it. That would be even better. But yeah, I'd like to be able to say that there'll be, you know, people taking innovative approaches and trying out of the box ideas and engaging students. You know, I'd like to see teachers, and this may be happening more than I'm aware of already, but, you know, more as facilitator. And, you know, when I walk into a classroom, I want to see students making meaning for themselves. I want to see those ahas. I want to see them make the mistake, like I said, and go back and try again. And, you know, take that initiative to, you know, try and build that app to create, to win a contest, like those kind of things that we can use as triggers for kids to allow for more innovation and allow them to push the boundaries a little bit outside the school walls, when I talk about the fact that we have no idea what kind of world these kids are going to be entering in another 10, 11 years, they're the ones who are going to tell us, because they already know so much more than we do. That's the hardest thing for most educators, and I always want to say, let them teach you. Let them show you what you can do, because you can take it so much farther. And a lot of teachers are great at that, and others, it's more just fear of what they don't know. It's not that they don't want to participate, they're just afraid of what they don't know already. So it's breaking down some of those barriers and, really trying to get teachers to be more of mentors to students. I mean, anything a student can pick up their phone for and ask a question for. Yes, we still need to know our standards, and we need to understand our history and our civics, and we need to understand, and I'm so glad they added that back in. Not so sure about the whole government law, but I like that it's there, But I'm really hopeful that we're gonna stay with this idea of project-based. And, my groups, from our perspective, we're really pushing the commissioner not to institute another MCAS pencil, paper, computer, multiple choice assessment. No, we really want to see it be some type of project-based and tie it to the community so that there's more of a, not just an understanding from the students of what happens in the community, but an understanding from the community that the kids know, understand, and care. And the same thing with the arts. I'd love to see students going out into the community and just, displaying their artwork in areas that the town is willing to. Where was I? I was just somewhere where, all the electrical boxes are painted by the students at the high school. Where was I?
Salem.
They're all
But I wasn't in Salem, but it was somewhere else.
Yeah.
But it's that same idea, make those connections, when you don't have the money to create some programs for kids, we need to let the community help us, give us that platform, where the cost isn't going to be something that we can't handle.
Great, thank you.
Am I overtime?
No, you're actually right on time.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for us at this time? Or?
Well, I already asked you about, I was going to ask you in regard to the district improvement plan as well. Was there a reason for the goal around that shared leadership approach to evaluation? The second goal was about having leaders, I think, study and look at evaluation through a similar lens.
Did not have like a grievance or anything like that, but this is the one at the high school in particular, I think, they just felt like everybody should be getting evaluated the same way. So in order to do that, they needed to do some sort of work together to
Right.
make sure that everybody, you might come in and observe and see one thing, and
Right.
someone else might come in and observe and see something else, and give a different evaluation based on that, and they wanted to make sure everybody was getting the same, so. But there was not a grievance, or there's not like
Right.
something like that.
But that was something teachers asked for or administrators asked for?
Don't know.
So, I found that interesting. We did a lot of work on that in Saugus, and Winthrop we've done some as well. But it's the same thing. It's bringing in someone to work with the administrators to, help define what they're seeing, because the training for administrators, I did RBT scripted training years ago. Everybody's was different when you came up, what time you came up. And it's about, having that common language and having those goals that you put in that strategic plan. This is what we're looking for. It's okay for the principal, the assistant principal, and if the special education evaluator, lead in the building, are they administrators?
They are not,
Does
do
anybody,
not believe they're under the teacher contract.
they're not under the teacher contract?
Correct. I believe they're
But I mean, as far as evaluations, does anybody other than principals and assistant principals do evaluations in the schools?
I do believe that those,
Those
what
folks do?
sometimes people call team chairs.
Yes.
That's not what we call them here, but I believe that person does,
Bless you.
is involved in evaluating some of the special ed
So
teachers
that-
in collaboration with them.
Yeah, so it's more of that work of them being able to have those conversations around, you know, when teachers write their goals in the beginning of the year, they need to be tied to the principal's goals for that building, which are tied to the superintendent's goals and that plan, so that when they go in, these are the focus points, you know, so that you're not all over the place all the time, and teachers do know what to expect, and there's a shared, you know, commitment to, you know, you're still covering the different standards within the rubric that you're looking at, but you have certain points that teachers can always feel comfortable with that are going to be reported on, and I think that's important to them. You know. And the last was Alice. Did you start anything with Alice?
Yes.
The teachers have all done the online.
Yes.
So they're in the process.
It was
If-
the first
implementing
The
it.
teachers have
workshop.
finished the online, but we haven't
Yeah.
Train the trainers to do the
done
hands-on.
training
that
of
was
children.
But all the teachers have been trained in the actionable piece?
I
In
don't,
the fall, they did the online thing. I don't think
Yeah.
they've done the
yeah, I don't think so yet.
training of, I don't think the train the trainer thing has
Right.
happened. I think that was
Supposed to happen this year.
scheduled.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe it's this.
So I don't know
spring,
when that would have be. Maybe it slipped to the fall.
Well, the implementation of Alice is supposed to happen this,
And then the student.
this
Piece
past
next year.
so, Next year.
Was the community very receptive?
Oh, they're the ones that pushed it.
Yeah,
Biggest turnout
Yep.
ever.
Really?
no.
Yeah.
No, well, I don't know, but in my short history, it was the biggest turnout ever.
Not the biggest turnout ever.
But in my short history,
Yes, okay.
They were, I don't know, I would actually say they were a pretty small group, but very vocal.
Very vocal.
yeah.
Okay, good to know.
A very divided line.
Good spot to build consensus. Good area to build consensus going forward.
All right, I think that's all we have. You know, if you
Yeah.
don't have any questions, I just wanted to thank you for taking the time out to meet us tonight.
Yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and, you know, just to leave you guys with, you know, I hope that my passion for this work really came through tonight. One of the things I wanted to add to when you asked me about leadership style and all, you know, and I said I think it's all about relationships, you know. I think it's about, you know, having the core values and treating people the way that you want to be treated, and for me, that's honesty, integrity, and respect. And I've always believed in that. I've always found that to be what allows me to love what I do. And, you know, my references from my former bosses are great, but, you know, if you had any other questions, I encourage you to reach out with any teacher I've ever worked with, or at Saugus or Winthrop, or any administrators, because I do feel like that's what they'll say. So I thank you so much for your time, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Do you guys have any type of time frame on your process, or, I know it's probably quick, but,
Soon?
Yes. Again, so we're
How late will
trying
you be
to,
up tonight?
so sooner or soonest, right, gotcha. So thank you guys so much, I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's a tough school to get
Hard
into.
find.
Yeah.
So-
Everything is backwards, it's
Actually,
reversed.
everybody just knows how to get here, because, who doesn't know?
Right, everyone knows.
Well,
where Cooper
Glenn
School
sent
is.
that great map, and I was like trying to, put myself in the aerial view.
Well, Glenn told us we needed a map because he's
Yes.
been lost multiple times trying to find it. So. We all set? What was his name?
Ethan?
Ethan. We all set? Thanks, bud. All right, so my name's David Polito. I'm the chair of the Hamilton Wenham Regional School District. Just wanted to, school committee, sorry, chair of the entire district. But I just wanted to thank you for taking the time to come out and
Definitely.
meet with us. I'm going to start everything off with a few questions, and then we're going to go around the table kind of in a very crazy zigzag order. So
I know where to
basically, we're trying to keep it really like an open dialogue, back and forth, and as sort of you say something that might trigger something that someone wants to ask, or
Great.
we've been kind of going that way. So can you just sort of introduce yourself and explain, why you decided to apply to our quiet little district?
Sure. So I am currently the superintendent in Scarborough, Maine, and my contract is coming up at the end of the year, and I decided back in November that I wanted to look for some other opportunities. I really enjoyed my time working in Massachusetts and have a lot of connections through Boston College and my doctoral program. My friend is a superintendent right in the next town over. And so I have been looking for a district that I think it would be a good fit both for me and for the district based on my skill set and what I know that I can bring. And what interests me about your district is that you're a bit small. Well, you're about half the size of my current district. So it feels like I will have a chance to really get to know all of the staff and students and really connect with the community, which is something that's really important to me. But I also see that your district is fairly high achieving, and you're doing really well. And I like the challenge of being in an organization that is already doing really good things and helping to really understand the system and see, where are some of the opportunities that we could continue to improve. In a lot of ways, I think that when you have an underperforming district, it's much easier to see that growth happen because there's such large gaps to fill. And my experience in Scarborough, which is also a high-performing school district, is that it's a little more challenging to try to, make those same types of improvements or really identify what the actual problem is that we're trying to solve that will lead to scalable improvement.
Excuse me, great. Can you explain your management style?
Sure. My leadership style is very much a shared leadership model. I think that it's really important to be flexible and agile as a school district leader and be able to adapt based on the situation that's before you or the task that's before you. There are times when, as superintendent, I will really need to step up and take the lead on certain initiatives, and there are other times where I need to be able to identify the internal talent and the capacity that we have throughout the organization, and I might play more of like a follower type of role. I also have a very sort of design thinking mindset and very much a systems thinker. And so I like to have processes in place that allow us to really hone in on different aspects of the organization when we're looking at improvement or just day-to-day operations and trying to find efficiencies. And again, that really takes a flexible sort of mindset so that depending upon what it is that we're focused on at that moment, I might need to lead in a very different way.
So currently, we're looking for an interim superintendent for next year. Could you describe sort of the differences between what you feel an interim and a full-time superintendent have and bring to your thought process coming in?
Sure, that's really one of my questions for you. I think it depends upon the organization. Sometimes you bring an interim in because you just want to maintain status quo and you want things to just sort of run on time and, the buses to run on time and lunch to get served every day. Other times, I think bringing in an interim has a mutual benefit for both the district and the superintendent particularly in my case, because I'm not close to retirement. I'm not doing this just as, a second income or anything like that. I'm looking to be able to test drive the district in the same way you would be able to test drive me and see if we are a good fit both ways, because I think that that's really important. And I would hope that I would be able to really impress you during the interim time, and that this could become a more long-term opportunity.
Excuse me. This is sort of a unique situation that we're looking at as a district right now. Do you have any experience with building a new building or purchasing land on behalf of a school district?
So I have not personally been involved with purchasing land, but in my past 2 districts prior to Scarborough, there were building projects that were going on during that time, and so I got to play various roles in that. So when I was in New Jersey, I was a principal at the time. We were building an upper elementary school, and my role was really to help think about the programming and to get teacher input on space design and furniture choices and things like that, less on the actual construction part of it. And then when I was in Haverhill, we were building the Hunking Middle School, and again, I wasn't directly involved with the project, but got to really learn from my superintendent at the time sort of how he managed the project, how he kept the school committee and community in the loop, and then some of the various decisions that were made.
Great. Gene, you want to go?
So can you tell us about your philosophy and your approach with developing a district-wide budget?
Sure. The budget is one of my favorite times of year. It's really, like 8 months out of the year for us in Scarborough. We're always talking about the budget. But what I really like to do when it comes to developing the budget is start with personnel and looking at our human resources. And each year with my leadership team currently, we start with ground zero, like literally putting Post-its out and saying what are the skills and attributes that we look for in every single employee, and then how do we know who we want to grow and who maybe we need to let go or coach in a different direction. That also helps us think about any enrollment adjustments that we might have, and I do this multi-year analysis, and it's a spreadsheet that is really interactive so that the principals can go right in and say, okay, what if I had 5 sections here? What would that do to my average class size? Who's coming up from the next grade? And so all of the principals have access to that, and we use that as a tool throughout the year. But it really starts with the people first, because we're a people organization. It's also a good opportunity for us to reinforce our values and our purpose, our mission. And so we use that time again to really look at, are there people in our organization that need a change based on where they might be in their career phases, or what we know about them or team configuration. So I like to start with that, with enrollment and personnel. And then we really look at our level services budget and say, okay, it sounds like we used to say if we close the doors in June and open them in August, and then realize that we were really selling ourselves short, because a lot of the work, a lot of budget work happens during that level services conversation. And there's really 2 pieces that we've been doing simultaneously. So it's meeting one-on-one with each principal and department head to literally go line by line and look at what was approved in the prior year, what have they spent to date, and then what are they requesting for next year, including the evidence that they have to support that ask, while we're also putting in new investment proposals. And then we kind of have like a Shark Tank type of multi-meeting approach where each principal or department head gets to present their new investment proposals. And they present, everyone's listening. They then rank those proposals. So we have required, high priority, medium priority, and low priority. And low priority just means that it might not be something that happens in this year, but we want to get it out there. We want the community to know that this is the direction we're moving in. And after each person presents all that, we then re-rank them with the K-12 perspective. And I think that that's really important because, of course, as a principal, anything you're bringing forward as a new investment or even as part of your level service budget, you think is absolutely important and essential to improving student outcomes. But we in Scarborough often have budget challenges. The community only gets to vote on the school budget. So you have a lot of people voting yes or no for a lot of different reasons. And so we do a lot of communication as well throughout the process. It's really transparent as we get down to what are we going to present as the proposal. And then after first reading, it becomes the school board's budget, really. And then they're involved in the process of looking at our priorities. And in some cases, they want us to add things in. Sometimes we have to take things out. And then for us, ultimately, it's the town council that approves the budget.
So let me ask you this then. So in your Shark Tank analogy, who are the sharks? Like who are the people presenting to?
So we're presenting to ourselves as a leadership team, and then we actually, 2 years ago, created this really cool document. It's like my favorite flow document. It shows what's our level services, what is it after? I told you I love the budget. What is it after adjustments, adjusting for breakage or potential retirements and things. And then we start with required services. And so as a taxpayer, you can see the impact it has both on our gross expenditures and our net expenditures. And you can see, like, for example, we needed to add a very small amount of money this year to one of our schools because when I was doing an analysis of their discretionary spending, there was a gap. So we're closing that gap, and it's a little bit of money, but we still put it right out there as a new investment because we don't want to overgeneralize what level services is. And then we talk about where are we going to draw the red line, because we can't have everything, we can't do it all. Even sometimes things that are high priority fall below the red line, if you will. But that has become a really great tool to help us communicate with the town councilors, but then also with the board. And so all of that sort of happens internally with our team, but then we have, we've learned to break it up into 2 days because it's a long time to sit and a lot of information for our school board. But then the leadership council presents it to the school board. And we have a 7-member board currently, and we break it up so that there's a protocol that we follow. We try to make it fun because it is a long time to sit through, but they get to hear firsthand, and it's not always my voice as the superintendent. They hear from the team about what's in their budget and what's not in their budget, and that's really language that we had refined based on some feedback from the community over the last couple of years that I've been there. So that's a 2-day process, and we do that before the public presentation. But this is all recorded, and people are invited. No one ever comes, but they can if they want. Sometimes town councilors will come. And then together, the town manager and I present our budget proposal to the town council, and that is also a meeting in public. And that's sort of like the passing of the baton, if you will. Then the school board has their first budget. I do a different presentation, kind of a higher level. So they're hearing it in a lot of different ways, and the goal is really to walk them through our budget book so that they have really deep knowledge and they can advocate for what's in the budget and what's not in the budget. And it's a fun process. It's an intense, couple of weeks when we get down to putting the proposal all together. One of the other things that we've really worked on is our budget book. So it used to just sort of be like a line item analysis of the budget, and we've tried to create more of a story so that the community can really see their return on investment. We've added pictures of kids into the budget because when I first came, there were none. And we've also added some like fast facts, like did you know? Again, just trying to help people feel connected and to realize that it's not just dollars and cents that we're talking about when we talk about the school budget.
So let me just last follow-up. So how familiar are you with Mass state law, especially with regard to school financing?
Chapter 70?
Well, even in regional districts. So how familiar are you? And if you, what other challenges, or how would you overcome those challenges of getting more familiar with Mass state law, Ms. Gordon?
Well, I'm fairly familiar with it. I'm on the Massachusetts Department of Ed website often because they have really awesome resources. And even in my work in Maine, I will often go onto their website. In terms of the funding, I understand how the formula works. And it's similar in Scarborough, different language, but similar idea. And just to put it in perspective, we have a $48 million budget, and we receive currently $3 million from the state, $3.3 million this year, which is a big uptick from last year. And We also have in Scarborough a shifting demographic, so our 85-plus population is growing at like a rapid pace, and our school-age population is shrinking, except that we're now seeing a lot of new families coming in our primary grades. So this is part of our challenge, right, is because we have a community that supports our schools and knows that school is important, but at the same time, it falls almost solely on our taxpayers to fund public education.
So can I just follow up on
Yeah.
that a little bit,
Sure.
more? Because I don't know if you have it in front of you, but you were an assistant superintendent in Haverhill. Were you involved in the budget process at all while, in those couple of years that you were there, or?
I was. Actually, my first year there, I spent a lot of time really trying to understand the budget. We had massive funding challenges. We never received a nickel over net school spending. And I would say to the superintendent, why can't we advocate for more? Why can't we go to the mayor and ask for more? And then the second year that I was there, our business manager was actually sick, and so he wasn't in often, and then we ended up eventually hiring one, but we went several months without a business manager, and that's where I started sort of like creating this process that I currently use, was in Haverhill, working with our principals to get the budget started.
Great.
Yep.
Tell us how you have reached out to strengthen relationships and build trust for the schools with local stakeholders, whether that's the faculty, families, local municipal officials, school committee, business community, or taxpayers?
Sure, I could kind of give you a quick example for each if you'd like. As part of my entry plan into Scarborough, the number one thing that I was focused on was really building relationships and trying to establish trust and credibility, because I knew that there were budget challenges, and I knew that was going to be it was a big charge from the school board to really help us pass our budget on the first try, because it had historically taken multiple votes for the budget to pass. And so I had over 90 one-on-one interviews when I first transitioned into the district. So basically, door wide open. Anyone who wanted to meet, I made myself available. I also strategically reached out to the chief of police and chief of fire, the town manager, other key leaders in the community, known leaders in the community, so that I could start to establish trust and a rapport with them. And I think that the relationships that I've built with them are really something that I'm proud of in my time in Scarborough. I also had lots of coffee with our concerned taxpayers. They are a very well-organized, very vocal group, and so reached out directly to them as well and had many conversations with them. I even took a walk on the beach with like the lead guy who is the blog writer, and just to kind of step outside of a formal setting and try to meet him where he was and really understand his perspectives and where he was coming from, and some of the things he wanted to have more information about that were frustrating him, I was able to put in place quite easily. One example would be my monthly enrollment reports. So I do an analysis of our enrollment every month at the first school board meeting, and have also made that work available right on our website, so that if you go under the superintendent's page, it's right there. So just trying to increase transparency. When it came to staff, my goal every year, and I think I would continue this goal, is to have 100 school visits, authentic school visits in a school year. I think it's really important to be visible and for staff to see you in a lot of different formal and informal ways. And so I track that right outside my office. So it helps me know if I'm spending all my time at one school versus another, but it also really motivates me if I'm halfway through the month and I see I've only been to like 3 schools that month. I make it a priority to start my day at a school, so that I can really connect with the students and the staff. And that also makes it easier for you to build relationships with families, because often they're in and around the schools. And I make a point to attend a lot of our students' events, not just sports, but the performing arts and the visual arts as well.
What's the breakdown of the Scarborough district? Like how many schools, how many students?
We have 6 schools. We have 2,987 students, I believe. as of my last report.
Monthly, so yeah. Right.
We have 3 primary schools that are quote-unquote neighborhood schools. And I say it with those air quotes because really the way our population is growing, it's becoming less of a neighborhood school. But there's still a lot of passion and connection to those 3 little schools. And then we have an intermediate school, which is grades 3, 4, and 5, a middle school, which is grades 6 through 8, and then a high school. That's 9 through 12.
Regionalizational school districts pose some challenges and just different nuances. So how would you bring yourself up to speed? How would you figure this out?
Sure. Well, one of the things I first started doing was just trying to understand what makes Hamilton and Wenham unique and what makes them similar. And so I think that it's really kind of understanding what are the roots of each of those communities and what are the values and what is the individual identity, and then how do we come together as one regional community. When I was in New Jersey, I was part of a regional school district, so we were a pre-K through 6 district, and we sent to a regional middle school and high school. And so it was also, and my roles in that district as a teacher, a principal, a director of curriculum, it was really getting to know my regional partners and making sure that we made time for us to come together and speak with each other regularly. And we would analyze our goals and look at our student data, and we even designed some common assessments and things like that we could use across the board that would help the middle school and high school have a greater predictors of where students were successful and where they needed to grow. And so that's kind of a different perspective because we were sending to the regional. But I think it sounds really easy in theory to 2 small communities, we'll just put them together. But there's a bit more challenge to that, as you all know. So I think it's just taking time to really learn what makes each community unique, and then where do we have our commonalities.
My turn? Hi. Doctor, can you give examples of programs or educational policies to improve quality of instruction that you have implemented in other school districts? Want me to read that again?
No, I think I got it. I'm trying to think of a
kind of
good
fumbled.
example. Well, one policy example I would give you is, so when I first came to Scarborough, they had just adopted a transgender policy, and they were the first school district in Maine to do so. And so one of my questions was, what have we done in terms of training and development of staff knowledge and skills in order to implement that policy? Because adopting a policy is the easy part. It's the implementation that takes work and effort and intentionality. And I had learned that they really hadn't done much. And so talking with students, and we had a GSA that kind of disbanded, but then was starting to come back together, and there were some student leaders who were really interested in really developing that, and they wanted opportunities to speak to staff, and they wanted to help us learn about not just transgender students' needs, but really equity in general. And so with that, I ended up bringing it to the Leadership Council first, and we close read the policy, and part of what the policy asked for was a safety plan to be created for any student who identified, whether it be as transgender or genderqueer or any non-conforming, really. And so when we talked about it as a leadership team, it was kind of, the questions were, well, what are the right questions to ask? And you could tell there was a lot of uncertainty just around, people not wanting to offend a student or a family. And so we brought together our social workers, some students, some school leaders, and some district leaders, and created an equity improvement network, and then went through an actual problem-solving analysis using the Plan, Do, Study, Act improvement model to really say, how do we know we're solving the right problem? And so 3 different groups read the policy and then worked individually to work through a driver diagram and say, well, what is the real kind of, you could think 5 whys, well, why, well, why, well, why? So we thought we came into the room to create a template for the safety plan, but what we ended up leaving that one meeting was we don't just need a template for a safety plan for this student group. We need all of our staff and students to feel safe and included, which was a part of their long-range vision initially. And so from there, it ended up turning into a student group, a student equity improvement group that they developed a website, they created trainings for leadership that then they would be willing to come into their buildings and train staff. And so some of them were, just as simple as like, what's the vocabulary? And students led these trainings, which I think was the best part about it, because they were ready to have the conversations and they weren't nervous about having the conversations. They were eager and excited to be the teachers in this case. Another module was about microaggressions. Another one was about race. Another was about gender identity. And they also, on their website that they created a social justice library as well. So they had age-appropriate books that address different social issues and different types of equity topics.
Thank you.
Sure.
Could you describe for us what the teaching and learning environment might look like in our district 5 or 10 years from now?
It's a fun one to think about. So we're going into the 4th industrial revolution, or we're in the 4th industrial revolution, right? I can't quite imagine exactly what it'll look like, but I know that one thing public schools need to do is be able to improve at a different pace than we've currently been used to improving. And I think that starts with teacher training, but also with mindset. So how are we going to think about what teaching and learning is? And this would be one of the things I would be listening to learn about as I transition into the district, is kind of where are we now in terms of our practices and our beliefs around what is best practice in education, because we're going to have to start there, right? But I think that we're going to see more and more students wanting flexibility in their schedule. We're going to see more and more students and families demanding relevance. They're going to want to have a purpose behind what they do. And we've been saying this for decades, but I think the rubber's really going to hit the road, is that how that saying goes? Because families are going to demand it. And so now is the time to get into the 21st century before it's over, kind of a thing. So we have to really be able to think about that and really understand what drives today's learner, because it's, we're in a whole different kind of era, if you will.
Great.
And there's this whole thing, e-games. Do you guys know about e-games or esports?
Yes.
Have you been hearing about your
Yeah.
esports? Do you guys have any of that going on?
We do not have an esports team.
It's fascinating. I'm just learning
We don't
about
have a high
it.
school team, but I have read that there are high schools that have these like esports teams that
Oh,
compete, yeah.
absolutely. And they're saying, like, if you want your kids to get scholarships, like esports is the path. And it's not just sitting around playing video games. It's much more intense than that, in a good way.
Thank you.
The schools will be presenting to us a new strategic blueprint at our next, in June, school committee meeting.
Okay, great.
As an interim superintendent, how would you embrace that, or how would you acknowledge, embrace, or?
Sure. Well, I'll give you the example of when I came to Scarborough. They didn't have quite yet a defined mission statement. They had what they were calling their student-centered vision. And so for the first year, it was really talking to people, like, who knew it existed? Were we actually using it? Was it driving our decision-making? And what I learned was that the people who helped create it had a lot of ownership of it and felt very connected to it, and it really embodied their daily work. But for the majority of our teachers, they didn't even know that it existed. And so when I think about strategic plans, I think about a table, and you have to have these 4 legs, right? No one likes to sit at a wobbly table. And so I use this analogy right from the beginning with my leadership team during our first retreat over the summer, and just basically said, so where's our mission? Where's that leg? Where's our vision? Where are our values? What are our values? And then what are our goals? And what we found was that we sort of had pieces, but the table was super wobbly. And so we really rebranded what already existed, because when I looked at that student-centered vision, it really was their long-range vision for continuous improvement. or I'm sorry, it really was their core values, because it started with "we believe," and it said the students will, the teachers will, the parents will, all through the community. And the long-range vision was more of the strategic actions that they had listed in a whole separate document. So we kept their same good work. There was we just named it and kind of organized it in a way, and literally on a whiteboard one day, stuck the things up on the wall. We know we need a mission, vision, like where are these pieces? And then we together worked on crafting a mission statement and wordsmithing that for days. As you do with one of those mission statements. But if that work's already been done, and I'm assuming there will be a high level of investment in that work, and it will bring clarity to where the organization is going. It's my job to really understand that and assimilate to that work that's been done.
Okay, great, thank you.
We've had some difficulty in the last couple of years with some increased cost in our special education, particularly out-of-district placements. So what types of creative ideas might you suggest to help us meet the educational needs of those students who are needing to be outplaced?
So I think I would first need to understand who are we serving really well within our school system. I mean, the goal is obviously to keep all of our students in their home schools and in our district, but there are times when we just might not have the proper programming. So I would really want to study that and understand who's going out and who's staying in. And sometimes it's just really giving your special ed director the permission to think more creatively outside of the box, and or to have access to resources to build programming within the district. Our rule of thumb in Scarborough is really once a student becomes sort of 2 adults to 1 student is when we start to say, is this the right placement? Or if there are extreme safety concerns that are beyond our ability to manage within the school day. But most of the time, it's much more cost-effective to build the program in your district, particularly if you know you have a pipeline of kids coming in with similar needs and demands. And then, of course, it requires training, and staff need to have the knowledge and skills to feel confident to support our students with the most intense needs, whether they're behavioral, social, emotional, or academic.
Can I ask, have you experienced that, bringing a program, or creating a program to bring a student back in?
Yes, definitely. So I'm just thinking recently, well, one of the things that we did was create a program in our K-2 schools, and then knowing that we were going to have to then, as those students aged up into the Wentworth School, this year we just added another program at the Wentworth School that didn't exist there before. And so I'm not directly doing that work as superintendent, but definitely talking with my director of special services and the assistant director about that. And that's part of our budget process, really, is looking at that forecast and who do we know is coming in and what do we know their needs will be. And we're in the same boat, really. We do a great job. I think we have about 6 kids out of district total, out of our nearly 3,000 students, and half of them currently are students who moved in from another state in the middle of their academic career. So our students who grow up with us, if you will, we've really been able to adapt, and in some cases they might go out for a year or 2 and then we're able to bring them back. That happened this year for 2 students. But we're always saying, how do we bring them back? That's always the goal.
Right, always the goal.
So I'm going to ask what's probably going to be a difficult question.
Sure.
So in the first round of us looking at who we wanted to invite, your name was mentioned, but then not ultimately considered because there was
Googled me.
controversy. Because there was controversy.
Yeah.
So is there anything you want to say about controversy and how you handle it?
Sure. So that was probably one of the hardest times in my life, I would say, and it's not all been easy for me personally or professionally, but from the very beginning, what I had said to my board and what I said to my leadership team and to my central office staff was there's 3 things we're going to do every day. We're going to be positive, we're going to be professional, and we're going to be student-centered. And for some of my board members so at the time that all of that really happened, and so just to kind of bring it back, when I was hired in 2016, it was very clear that one of the priorities was to change start times. A very experienced superintendent was at Boston College teaching our cohort, and he was like, "Oh no, this is a landmine." He was like, "Stop the class, everybody help Julie create a plan for this." And it was literally, I hadn't even started the job yet. So I knew that was going to be a challenge going in. But again, I also understand the research and I knew the why behind it, and I wanted to work really hard for the school board to make that happen for our kids, because I do believe it is what was best for our kids. So we were already in the midst of that, right? And there was groups that had organized on social media and around the community to compromise Scarborough school start times. That was already going on. Also, when I came, we were at implementation point for proficiency-based diplomas. And in November, as I'm listening and learning about where we are and where we need to go, the high school principal said, "We're not doing it. We're not going to be ready." And I was like, well, the law says we have to be ready, so let's take a step back and think about how do we need to get ready. And I would say one of the things that we put a committee together, and we spent several days working on through a process that was led by our director of curriculum and a consultant. One of the things we did that was, I would say is a mistake, was try to adjust the grading and reporting scale before the prerequisite work had been done around just what are our beliefs about grading and reporting generally, what are our beliefs about learning generally. And so I think that was just the timing of getting there at implementation. So those 2 very passionate, controversial things were already going on really from the minute I was hired, and for years before that. Should have brought it. My favorite document is something from our local paper. It was like an insert, and it was written in 2014, but you would have thought it was written like right at
yesterday.
that moment, because it was they were talking about the same things, but somehow everyone seemed to be surprised. And then during that really big, intensive work, the high school principal also resigned really unexpectedly. And I will say that I learned a ton from that experience, but people would say to me all the time, like, how do you even walk through the door? Like, how? And I would say there's 2,987 reasons why, and I wasn't saying that to be, like, as a cliche. That's really what got me up every day to come to work. And that was through people picketing out front of town hall. I mean, there were people collecting signatures, because during that time also 3 school board members were recalled. And I think that's what made it really hard. As a superintendent, you need a board that supports you. You need a school committee that supports you. We have to be able to have really frank conversations. You have to be able to give me really critical feedback, and I have to be able to accept that and adjust. And then, I didn't know that you could recall school board members. But even with that, we knew, and to hear these 3 women who were recalled from the school board, they would say, like, no, we will go through this process rather than compromise on start times, because that's how passionately we believe in this work and what we're doing. And the same thing, with the high school principal. They were like, we will go through this process, which was horrible for them and their families, because we so believe in the work that we're doing. And so that gave me a lot of conviction as well, to know that they were willing to really sacrifice a lot for that work. But I think it's just, I'm tougher than I look. And I would just come back to the work that we do and why we do it. It's the reason why I started as an educator. It's the reason why I want to continue to do this work. And it's also, to problem solve at that level, I find it really motivating and inspiring too. It's invigorating.
Thank you for your honesty.
Sure.
Excuse me. The last question I had was really just sort of coming in as an interim, and really your thoughts on, how to, in times of transition like this, you really rely on the existing senior staff to try and have to really help you along. What would you do, or what are your thoughts on retaining senior staff and sort of keeping them inspired, even if, you're only here for a year?
Sure. Well, I think it's really important that they feel valued. You know, I can't come in being the one all-knowing. They're the experts. This is their district. They've been working on this strategic plan. So I really need to become a student of them. And also, you know, really understanding who's connected to who and, you know, who goes to who for advice. I mean, in organizations, we have this like formal hierarchy, right? But then there's what really happens and who people really go to. And that's a passion of mine, to really just kind of study relationships in that way, and I think it's really important to do that during the entry process. In Scarborough, they actually had a failed search and are now bringing in an interim, and I'm trying to empower my central office leadership team and my leadership council, which is all the principals included, to say, you guys are good, like you have a plan, you know where you're going. This person is gonna come in and support that work, in trying to reassure them that you don't have to take sharp turns. You don't need me to create the transition plan, like you are the transition plan. And so I think that that's, you know, seeing it kind of on the other side, I'm going to have a lot of empathy and compassion for understanding what that feels like for them. But then also knowing my job is to come here and help them do their work. It's not to, you know, yes, it's to run the district technically, but I can't do it by myself. And so I need to really lean on them and let them be the leads in a lot of ways.
Great. That's all I have. Does anyone else have any?
I think I'm
One
good.
more? Do you have any questions for us at this time, or?
Sure. So my one question is, why interim? What made you decide to go with an interim instead of posting for a full-time position?
I don't mind.
Timing.
So I think
it was
timing,
timing, yeah.
you know, I also think that I know personally, I didn't want to give the impression to the community that I wasn't interested in their feedback and involvement in the timing, you know, plays key in that, like, okay, well, you know, you trusted us enough to elect us
Right.
as a board that we could take care of this interim. And then, you know, going forward, let's do this process right, really get feedback from teachers, community members, and every, you know, all stakeholders as we really just extend the full search. Yeah, I just think that's important, especially in
I
a
agree.
community like this where everyone is really, really involved. It sounds a lot, very similar to like a
Very similar,
Scarborough type
yeah.
of community, where I wanted to make sure that everybody felt that their voice was going to be heard, but this just needed to happen very quickly.
Right, right. No, I think that's really smart. And then you'll have community forums and do
Right.
like some sort of community survey and things like that.
Right.
Great. So my next question is, what are
We
you?
didn't actually ask you that question, but some of the ones we asked before is, what experience have you had in guiding a school committee in a search for a superintendent? So it sounds to me like you have some of that experience right now.
It's very relevant at the moment.
So, because we'll need some guidance around that, but ultimately, maybe not as much guidance if you have provided. If you decide that you wanted to be a candidate, then, you know, we would need your counsel, but, you know, try and keep a distance so that it was fair
Sure.
for
yeah.
everyone involved, yeah.
So, I mean, what I did with my current school board chair was we met back in November when I made my announcement that I wasn't going to be seeking an extension or a renewal of any kind from this board. I showed her examples from other districts. I showed her some that are very transparent with the process, and I also had all of the information from when I applied from Scarborough before, because they did do much of what you're thinking of, Dave. And when I applied for the job, they had all the survey information was out there. I knew what was said at the community forums. I watched previous meetings, and I was saying to her that that's also, like, anyone who's worth their salt is going to do these things coming in. So I encouraged them to have all of that done up front. That's not what they chose to do, but that was my guidance for them. And then I showed them some districts that, you know, the timeline is right out there. Everyone knows exactly what's going to happen when. And others, there's one community in Maine where the school, they did not have any outside support, and it was really vague, and you didn't really know kind of where they were in the process, and they had posted in December, like really early on. So I showed her sort of, these are your kind of extremes, if you will. And then they did decide to use the local school board association to guide them, but they then sort of picked a la carte different pieces. And so even now in the budget process, I encourage them to budget a bit more so that they can do this search more extensively, and reminding them that you're going to want to start this earlier next time around, so that you do have access to more candidates and can go back out if you don't find a candidate in the first round. But then also just little things like I would remind them that every one of your meetings in public is an audition for your next superintendent. And so thinking about the way, as they were coming together as a really novice board, the way that they were going to treat each other and treat administrators and talk about different aspects of our work in public, because it goes both ways, right? So, and I like doing that kind of stuff because I'm a systems thinker, and I think whenever you have a good process, you're going to get a better outcome.
So I'm sorry I interrupted your question, but yeah.
That's okay. All right, we're getting right to work here. One of the other questions I had is just what would be some of your expectations in the first 30 days, 60 days, 90 days of this interim position?
Man, that's a great question.
Well, I do think the thing about the first 30 days is, we'll be closing up the books, and it'll be the summer, and, all of that will be going on. So I don't think that we've actually thought about it ourselves, but, I would see that, there'd probably be a lot of you talking with a lot of individual people, and then compiling some sort of report at the end of the summer, letting us know, like, these are the things that I learned, and this is how they fit in with the plans that as I understand them, and then conferring, and we would then move forward to starting our budget process.
Sure.
Right. So, just right away. Yeah, I mean, I really think that's a good assumption. I mean, I would think that we, is smooth a transition we can come in to try and keep everything sort of, afloat, a very good word, would be the immediate, concern. And then, again, I like the idea of sort of taking the summer to figure out everything and then sort of reporting back on what you need, from us. And obviously we'll be, even though we don't really meet regularly in the summer, we'd be available,
Okay.
At that capacity. But, I like that idea. Again, I guess that's something we really hadn't thought of as we've been delving into this so quickly.
And potentially hiring an assistant in your office. She's
Right.
retiring, and
Yeah, which is actually a really
so
key
people are
thing.
going together, and so, if that job isn't posted and hired before someone would start, that's going to be an initial sort of thing to do,
Yeah.
because you really can't move along if you don't have some sort of administrative support who even
Support,
just
yeah.
knows where the phone list is, so that you can
Right.
make the
Little
phone calls,
institutional
you know?
knowledge is good.
Yeah.
So I would want to meet with her or him before they retire.
Right.
That would be top on the list.
Right.
A lot of institutional knowledge
Yeah,
walking out.
and this person, she's been here quite some time, so.
So this is, I just happen to have this in the car because my daughter likes to look at it. This was actually, it's not a good copy of it, but this is the entry plan that I created to kind of share out at my initial conversations with folks. And so I would want to do something similar to this that would really map out so the community would have clear expectations of like, what is this person doing for a year? Are they just, sitting around collecting a paycheck, or are they actually going to work, right? And so we together could develop something similar, but I found this to be a great tool, a great takeaway after I would meet folks. It has my picture in it too. Then they would be able to reference it. And in the summer, they had like this summer fest, and we had never had a table at it before, but I set up a table, and now we do it each year. We gave away some Scarborough swag, and then I also had these available. So now when we have new administrators, like last summer we had 2 new principals, they're there to do like meet and greets with folks. So I think that would be something that would really help me kind of start to understand the landscape, but then also communicate what our expectations are.
Right. Do you mind if we?
You can.
I was gonna
I'm
say,
a little embarrassed.
You missed it, because we had our big 375th anniversary last year, and the principal here was new, and all of a sudden, he's like putting together a float for a parade. He's like, wow, this is a great summer thing, and we're like, just this summer. So, all right.
And then I So another way to think about the interim is almost like a consultant to come in and sort of just assess and make recommendations based on what you think best next steps are. So obviously that wasn't the context of my report, but I did report out at a public meeting, a school board meeting, my findings from the entry process.
Great. Do you have any other questions for us?
I think the general, just like what's the timeline is a question, and what makes you most excited about the future for your district?
So I don't know if we have enough time to talk about. I'm actually, so this is a tedious process, and I don't want to say I'm not enjoying the process. It's just very tedious and tricky. But I do, as much as I really enjoy and respect Dr. Harvey, who's leaving now, I do see this as a wonderful opportunity. I think Dr. Harvey's leaving this district in a tremendously great place, and he's really set up the foundation for real educational growth within our district. We are already a very high-functioning district, but there's always room for improvement, and I think that, looking at the positive side of this situation is the fact that bringing in some, new blood. Don't get me wrong, I would have loved for him to stay and continue, to see where he took the district in the future, but it does give that opportunity of having, someone come in and really help us figure out what the future of this, I have 4 students within the district myself, the youngest being in 2nd grade, so it's going to be a very important, I have a lot of buy-in,
Yeah.
with the where this district is going. So I think it's a really exciting opportunity, for that. As far as timeline, obviously, Dr. Harvey's leaving, basically his last day will be like June 14th. So it's very rapid. After you leave tonight, after we're done with you tonight, we're sort of going to discuss what our next steps are going to be.
Sure.
Because we're sort of trying to figure this out on the fly. No matter what, it is going to be very rapid.
Okay.
It's just, I can't tell you if it's going to be tonight, if it's going to be Tuesday,
Sure.
or if it's going to be, 2 weeks from now. But, it's going to happen that fast.
Okay.
So it happened
Good.
very fast.
Good.
Is there anything else that anyone wants to add? I mean, I love talking about stuff like that. I'll go all night.
I just think the timing is great with the new strategic blueprint being
Yeah.
presented. You talked about the 4th industrial revolution, change school. Michelle mentioned that earlier. There's just a lot happening. So,
Yeah. It's
a lot of
exciting.
good things. And I'm almost out of here after 19 years, so as a parent, so still here, but almost out of here. So
I mean, as a graduate, from 25 years ago, I still want to see,
You graduated from the district?
Yes.
Oh, that's great. And then you have 4 kids in district?
Yes.
Do you all have children in the district?
We are a very unique board in that
That's
we
great.
all have children in the district, yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Good.
So.
All right.
And we're taxpayers.
And we're all
Oh,
in
yeah, that
here,
too. Yeah.
and we're all taxpayers, yeah.
Should work on that exemption. Thank you very much. I've got to get so many emails for that. So thank God I just got reelected.
And I used to teach in the district as well.
Oh, you
So-
did? What grades?
6th and 8th, but half a year at the high school at multiple long-term subs.
Awesome. That's also unique to have educators on the board.
Well, there's
a
quite a
good
few
thing.
of us who have taught or
Oh.
are currently
Right.
teaching, so.
All right. Good. We can speak, we can get all jargony with each other. then.
Right,
Sure.
exactly.
Acronyms.
Okay.
Thank you very much
Thank you.
for
Thank
coming.
you so
Thank
much.
It was a pleasure.
Have a safe,
Dr. Kuchenberger, nice to meet you.
have a safe trip home. Thank you.
So, actually, no, I don't, but they should be.
Well, should we discuss like what we liked and disliked about each of the candidates separately?
So, I don't know that we did, so,
Should we ask Glenn, what
let's
would you
be
do?
fair.
Let's ask Glenn some
Right.
advice.
What should we do, Glenn?
First thing I want to say to you is that, we're on television, so all the comments you make are public
Right.
and on the record.
Yep.
And you want to be very careful about confusing your opinion for fact about anybody.
Right.
So, for example, the case I often give is when someone says, well, I like candidate A because she was good on curriculum, candidate B wasn't as strong on budget as I might have liked, and then the next thing you know, candidate B is labeled, can't do budgets for the
Right.
rest of her life.
Right.
So, it's helpful to talk about the things that you liked, anything that you thought was a strength or something that you thought was less of a strength. It's okay to talk about that, but just remember that your comments may attach to the individuals as fact, even if it's simply opinion. But you're certainly free to talk about them. It's a public meeting, and they know it's in public, and they know they're episodic public figures for the purpose of your search.
I think also we want to keep in mind that even though we interviewed 3 tonight, we should look at, we should be including Susan Kuska in
Yep.
these
Including-
thoughts. Susan,
Dr. Kuska?
Dr.
Okay.
Kuska.
um,
And our thoughts, yeah.
and, in our thought process here, I'm going to sort of come out and say the easiest thing I could say is that I don't think I'd be comfortable making a decision tonight. I think from the 4 that we've interviewed at this point, or even if you want to include all 7, I think that I have 2 that I like in particular that have very good strengths, but they're also very different strengths. And, knowing that, giving that, I could be, I don't want to say swayed, but I could be convinced that either would make a great interim and possibly long-term, to be quite honest, superintendent. At the same time, I also do wonder if we are content with stopping the list here or continuing with our, diligence, because I do know of a couple of other people that have expressed interest as part of this Plan B process. So that's sort of where my thought process is right now. And, I'm just curious to sort of think where everybody else is at the same time.
I came prepared tonight to make a decision, and I'm not certain who I would pick. I'm certain that there was a candidate tonight that would be successful here. I think we saw good candidates, and I do feel that there is a candidate, and I'm not sure which one it is, but I'm sure there is a candidate in tonight's pool that would be successful here. I don't know how other people feel about that, though.
I'd hate to delay the process. If there are 2 great candidates, other candidates out there, I wish that they had come forward sooner. We have had a long process. I just feel that if we put it off another day, it's going to be another week, and then we're getting closer to July 1st, and we're going to be a ship without a captain. So
I definitely understand that point,
Yeah.
too. The thought of trying to schedule more interviews is.
Right. And I agree that we have 2 strong candidates here tonight.
I think we had 3 great candidates. I think we had 2 that fit.
Our
more
district.
Yeah.
Yes,
well.
correct,
Yep.
thank you. Yes, that's
So-
correct.
So we need 4 great candidates.
Right, correct.
Yes.
Yep, we do. And also, the other two that you have in mind, there's the opportunity of the permanent
Correct.
True.
position, too.
That is true, yeah.
So,
Well, I mean, I agree with both Michelle's. You know, the idea of extending the search just scares me, honestly, knowing that Dr. Harvey's only here until June 14th.
Right.
I mean, we're sitting on May 15th. It's only a month away.
So can I ask a hard question?
Yeah.
Do you feel that we've done an adequate enough search at this time that you're comfortable with everybody that's come in?
That's a good question. Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
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 For where we are right now,
Yeah.
yes. Not where we're going to be a year from now, but
Correct.
right now,
Yep.
yes.
No, I mean, I just want to
Yeah,
sort of
that's a good
make sure
question,
that
yeah.
we're thinking in that process. I do.
I do
And, you know, like I said, you know, Glenn has let me know of a couple other people that have expressed interest and, you know, they would also be good candidates, but, you know, they weren't, for whatever reason, they
Yeah.
weren't involved in the first part. And, you know, so like, I've had this internal conflict,
Yeah,
you know,
I
like,
know.
I'm like, all right, well, if there's gonna be a superstar here, and there were two superstars tonight, I felt.
Yeah.
And, you know, what would I do with that, you know, in that case? But I do think that we have been thorough enough in that sense. I mean, on the other end of the spectrum, we could keep interviewing for 3 months and still probably come up with
Yep.
a couple new candidates every month that should be here, at least sitting for the interviews. The other, I guess, hard question I have is, do we feel comfortable enough with only 5 of us sitting in this room to make that conversation, to make this decision?
I don't love it.
So, yeah, I
But-
mean, it's tough.
But I also think that, you know, it's unfortunate, and like, life does happen, and the two people who aren't here, it's unfortunate.
I think they'd understand.
But I think they, yeah, I
No,
think
I-
they
I
would
do too.
understand, and I also think
But I also think it needs
they
to be
would be
addressed.
yeah,
So.
no, I appreciate that. I know if I wasn't here, I might be upset that I wasn't here, but I knew I wasn't here.
Right.
And that was either a choice or a
Choice, right.
circumstance that was unchangeable.
Right.
So, yeah.
So at this point,
I think we should follow Jean's plan and talk about the candidates.
yeah, no, I mean, that's really what I was gonna say.
Yeah, sorry.
Do we go about this just sort of, let's say, pick the top 2 again? Or do we want to talk about all 4? And see, sort of try and narrow it down. It's an honest question.
Maybe we could go around and sort of say who are the top 2 picks and see if there's consensus. And
Yeah.
That may be the
Yeah.
more efficient way, may not necessarily
Okay.
be, but I don't know. I don't know if I have my top 2 yet,
Okay,
but.
so I'm gonna put 4, so that would be, I'm gonna put S for Susan, A for Anthony,
Lori,
L for Lori, and J for
Julie,
Julie.
yeah.
I don't mind starting. I would say Lori and Julie.
I'd say Anthony Colaneo and Dr. Kuchenberger.
I would be willing to give 2 votes to Dr. Kuchenberger, but if we're gonna split them, I'm gonna go with Ms. Ms. Galvin and Dr. Kuchenberger.
I'm going to go with Ms. Gallivan and bring back in Dr. Kutzka.
My one is Dr. Gallivan. I don't know. I'm torn.
You're torn between.
Kuchenberger and Cusco.
Right.
What's that?
I give them both a half.
Okay.
Do you feel comfortable with that?
Well, times of decision, you should make a decision.
Can you,
so I
can you,
don't-
So-
can you guys talk about why you would want to see Dr. Kutzka again?
I thought her bandwidth was much broader than than the other two. I thought she had much more experience. She brought I guess just more experience, and she understood the budget pretty well, if I can remember from her interview with us. She had leadership skills, budget skills, longevity in the district. She showed a huge commitment to Weymouth. Those are probably my top three.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. She,
Mhm.
Dr. Kuska was, to me, very well-rounded on instructional as well as non-instructional aspects of managing a district. Yeah, I thought that was really a strong plus. I definitely like what Dr. Kuchenberger had to say in an interview, though. I mean, I was a little concerned initially because she didn't really have as much experience in Massachusetts, but I think her answers were really strong, and I think her perspective, I don't want to say that it was refreshing, but it's very interesting to hear, honestly, the women speak versus the
Right.
men
Definitely.
in their approach. And I have to say, honestly, I like the fact that we have 3 very strong women as candidates in this pool.
Yeah, I felt like one of the, same thing, like ladies in Maine, like, you know.
Yeah.
But then I felt like talking to her doctoral program was in Boston, you know, that she had this experience in Haverhill, and it sounded like she had a lot of responsibility for finance put on her there unexpectedly. I liked how she talked about developing this budget, whatever it is, spreadsheet program that really is transparent for the principals to work with. It sounded to me like she could pull together a budget that really was collaborative amongst the leadership team and then could be spoken out. And it also sounded to me like she was training her board to be the advocates for that more than just her. So I really liked that about her approach. And until I saw her, I felt like Miss Gallivan, like she had some great experience.
Absolutely.
I thought, you know, that was fantastic, but I just felt like Dr. Kuchenberger was like, her demeanor was gonna be something that would work well with our towns, and I felt like it was, you know, and she also reminds me of someone in town, so I think I was kind of like thinking, wow, this is like someone who would live here, you know?
Yeah.
So,
I felt, it's funny, because I actually have very, very similar thoughts to you. I thought that in listening to Dr. Kuchenberger speak of her district, even though it was in Maine, and it wasn't regional, it seemed like she faced a lot of the same things you would face in this town.
Surprisingly.
You know, which is definitely something to consider. And then, you know, my thought process on Lori Gallivan was that she is familiar with the Massachusetts system. And, you know, even though, you know, Saugus and Winthrop are different districts than here, you know, if we're looking for a quicker transition that would probably be an easier transition.
Yep.
Just from that, mass law municipality
Yep.
Standpoint, but at the same time, Dr. Kuchenberger did work in Haverhill, which is, we all know what a difficult district that can be. So she has that experience as an assistant superintendent there. And just because I know, I've looked into the program, that Boston College program is actually meets weekly with superintendents and advanced faculty from throughout the Boston area. On a weekly, they meet every Friday. So even though she was from Maine, and there's probably a few that were from scattered, the problem solving they were doing week to week was sort of, would have been very much involved in, mass
Yep.
education. So, it's tough, but I think as far as, a superintendent demeanor in a tough tough environment for our own unique, tough environment, she seemed to sort of have that, and I like what she says, like, I'm tougher than I look. And
Yeah.
you need that around here.
Yep. Yep.
May I, again, voice support for Anthony Colanillo. I do believe he's very well-rounded. As an educator myself, I like that he's rounded in that he's looking to create, he's a culture setter. He's looking to, I like his idea about a future innovative learning environment. I like the fact that he kept putting students first, kept talking about students first, making the individual connections, what's best for the students. He did that more than the other candidates. I loved his passion, his sincerity, his honest answers. I thought he had a very wise approach to his management style, his relationship building. And, he emphasized the constant, strong communication with the school committee and the other stakeholders. But again, with the learning, hopefully, into a new revolution, a new, getting out of this 100-year-old model of education of everything taught in isolation, subjects taught in isolation. I like the idea of a future innovative learning environment.
My one concern with him is that he has no experience at an assistant or superintendent level, nothing above a principal. So I did appreciate his passion and his child-centered philosophy, but his budget questions fell a little short, especially Jean asked pretty direct questions, and they did fall a little short. They were great out there, but they weren't the nitty-gritty I think that we need moving forward.
Yeah, I like the
Just-
fact that he tied it to the values, though. The process of the budget should be tied to the values of the community, and then you work with the community to focus that budget on our values.
Michelle, what was the count?
So,
So I have it.
yeah,
So it was 4 for Lori, 3.5 for Julie, 1 for Anthony, and then 1.5 for Dr. Kutzka.
um,
You have votes.
Anybody change their,
Wait, I'm gonna turn my half into a full vote for Kuchenberger then.
So that would be 4 and 4.
that'd be 4 and 4. So,
That doesn't make it easier.
so maybe,
That-
so
I
one
mean,
of the
but-
things that you said earlier, Jean, that was really,
I
when
did.
we were really narrowing them down, is we should think about what we need this person to do
Right,
and who best fits that.
right.
that's right.
Very wise of me to say that.
You were
Look at you.
amazing.
In the
It must be
fog
the,
of being
Robitussin.
sick.
It was so
I'll take credit
wise
for that.
that we remembered it, and it was so good.
We're all so tired
So-
right now, we don't really.
And I think that, Dr. Kuchenberger kind of asked us that, like, what do you
Yep.
want us to do, me to
Yep.
do? So, what do we want them to do?
Do no harm.
Well,
Do no harm is one thing, yeah.
Because I thought about that question. I didn't really want to sort of derail the thing. But, for me, there's 2 glide paths, right? There's the day-to-day that needs to happen, right? Which is, the central leadership team needs to continually meet the goals. The building principals still need to get their support. We need to start building a budget in October, even earlier than that. So there's that normal glide path that has to happen on a regular course, no matter what happens. But then, we've always been talking, at least in the 3 to 3.5 years I've been on this thing, of, these major big things. We have, the capital plan that still needs to be built. We have Long Meadow up on the table. We have, turf field as part of the thing. We have all these other larger goals that need to happen. So so the thing is, like, there's no great way to approach this, because you need either a technician who can do the day-to-day, or you need a real sort of like a real sort of earth mover kind of person.
Which is,
who can,
I see the difference in these two
That's exactly
candidates.
the two differences, yeah, you hit
Yeah,
it
of course.
exactly.
yeah, I mean, I don't know what, everybody's all of us are going to have different levels of how we weigh those things, right? So I don't know. I mean, this is it's a challenge. It would be challenging even if we were looking for a permanent superintendent, right? Because the likelihood of finding someone who could be the sort of day-to-day tactician and then the long-term strategic person, people will have their strengths in one or the other, and it's very hard to find someone who can do both.
So and be careful what I say, in thinking that our thought process would be Lori Gallivan being that day-to-day technician and Julie Kuchenberger being more of the grander superintendent, thought process. It's then I think the one way we could sort of bring it down, which, I mean, in my head, the waters are so muddy in my head right now, where I thought I was coming with something clear, is we're looking for keep the gears spinning for a year coming in here.
Yep.
But now it's like, okay, well, what if it is an audition for a year for long term? And, right, so, but at the same time, I could also break these down in both. I can give you probably 5 examples for each on why they make good long-term subs.
Yeah.
So.
And I think that's where we are now, because neither one of these candidates is actually looking to be an interim.
Right.
They're both looking to be a superintendent.
Right.
And so we're in a situation where we are looking at, this is an audition.
For all 4, right? All 4 are looking.
All 4, true, all 4.
All 4 are looking for.
So we're not in the position where we're hiring someone who's experienced, who's here to sort of management consultant us for a year. We are kind of looking for someone that we hope is going to impress us and the community and the staff to the point where we can just say to the community, let's have a meeting and talk about what our needs are, and does this person meet it?
Yeah. I agree.
Now we have to figure out which one that is.
Right. I won't even
I don't know
say.
if I agree with that, though.
Okay.
I feel like we set out to hire an interim superintendent. And I don't think it would be fair to the public to say, if this person works out well, in December, if we're head over heels, I don't think it's, or even let's say September, I don't think it's fair to pull back from the public and say, listen, we're all set with this person, we don't need you.
That's not,
No,
no,
no.
no,
Okay,
what I'm
good,
saying is,
okay.
you go out to the public, you ask the public, what do we need?
Yep.
They give you a description, and then we say, does this person meet that need? And the public says yes.
I still have a problem with that, though, because
Okay.
I think we need to engage, we need to bring someone on the search committee, we need to have a teacher. It's not fair for us to hire a leader of the district and not have a teacher and input, and a parent input.
Right.
Even if we do a survey or whatever, what they need, what our needs are, I think we need to have somebody sit down one-to-one and even, it could be one of the 2 people, whomever we pick tonight, and maybe we call back another person next year to include them. I just feel, I think we should be looking at the interim and not think of this person as, you can have in the back of your head, but I don't think it should be the person, that we're gonna hang our hat on for beyond the year.
Excuse me if I sort of made the impression that I was saying that they would be that. I'm saying I could see both of them
Oh, yeah. Oh,
becoming that.
Yeah.
Of course,
So, okay.
yes.
I could see
I
that
just want to
happening.
make sure I was.
Yes, I
And,
agree.
and, you know, that is obviously with all of the support and feedback from, you know, the community, committee.
But, you know, either way, ultimately, we need to make sure that we set this person up for success.
Correct.
Right?
Right.
And so,
That's the
again, like, we need to try to be as clear and articulate about what we want to do as a committee, how we represent you know, our constituents, you know, the kids, the parents, the staff. We need to give this person, you know, clear directions, goals, the freedom to execute, right?
One thing when Dr. Kuchenberger was talking about the controversy that she's gone through this year, that she was just talking about, like, the support of her board was really important. And, you know, and then it sounds like those people actually were recalled, and, like, people were replaced. So it sounds like, so then she had to, like, sort of develop a new board culture with that. And I thought that might be a good experience for us to have, someone who has experience around that kind of thing. You know, so I thought that was one thing that she spoke of that the other ones didn't.
I mean, the interesting thing about Dr. Kuchenberger is that she has been a super
Right,
of the two.
Right.
right.
Between Lori and Julie, she has
Right.
been a super.
Okay.
I'm sorry, she does, but her experience is not as great as Laurie Gallivan in terms of years and,
Yep.
and if you look at where she was, Dr. Kuchenberger, you know, New Jersey as a building principal, Haverhill for a year and a half, 2 years, Scarborough for 2.5 years. You look at Laurie Gallivan, we're talking, you know, Lynn, Newburyport, but long periods of stay, that she's, again, entrenched in the community. I would think if you're there at someplace for 5, 6, 7, 8 years, you have the support of your staff. I don't know the support that Dr. Kuchenberger has in Maine. I don't, because I haven't seen anything. But I'm concerned about that pattern of 2 years, 2 years, 2 years, as opposed to longevity at a certain place. And that could be a negative too,
Yep.
being in one place for longer than so many years. But that jumping around raises alarms for me. So, but I could be
It just could be
old school
circumstantial.
in,
I think
Well,
this
mean,
one is circumstantial, yeah.
Where, you know, her doctorate's pretty new, and she was, you know, not as steeped in her career. But then making the jump from director of curriculum and instruction in New Jersey after the district leadership, after the building level leadership, to then assistant superintendent of Haverhill for a few years, and then moving to superintendent. It wasn't, they were vertical jumps. They weren't,
Yeah.
There's honestly something to be said about being the person completely accountable, you know, in the role, being accountable. I mean, I just know, like, you know, every time I get promoted to something, it's like, you know,
You're
now
like,
there's more accountability.
didn't look
But I
good.
mean, I don't really want it.
That didn't
but
look good
there's
from
more.
that seat, why
You know what I
are
mean? Yeah, and sometimes they come into work and thinking, like, why can't I just be a line staff person? You know what? I'll work in the mailroom. I don't want to. So there's something to be said about even, but I totally
Right,
understand what
taking
you're saying.
responsibility.
Because
Oh,
this
yeah,
is why
no,
I
I mean, we're-
both Lori and Julie to be my top,
We're-
eventually Julie to be my second top.
We're,
Yeah,
I
no,
think we're
it's hard.
weighing
Yeah.
all the pros and cons
Yeah.
of both. I think this is the one that I'm sort of iffy about saying, is that right now, Julie Kuchenberger is looking for a position for when she gives up her position in July. And Lori Gallivan has been entrenched in districts for a long time. would, she be willing to, obviously she's here, so she's willing to, make that jump for, interim 1-year contract, and be unsure at that point. So, again, I'm just throwing it out there.
Right, or does
weighing
it show,
everything.
or does it show confidence in herself, that
Right.
she's willing to take this leap and say, all right, give me but,
I still keep coming back to, I think we need to be more innovative in our district, in our education, set a different culture, a growth mindset. And the fact that Anthony Cullen, is principal level, that doesn't disturb me, because that was a classic track to superintendent positions already. And it means he understands their roles, and he understands the needs of the students, and he's connected to the students.
The thing about Anthony is, and I don't mean this in a negative light, is he was very much a consultant in the way he spoke, especially with, my familiarity of the growth mindset sort of brand and branding. He definitely hit a lot of those keywords. I actually put keywords or buzzwords in my notes. He was very good about hitting all of those.
But we all do that in
And,
education.
right, but I mean, to the point where it almost felt like I was back in a lecture. And while that was fantastic, and, I mean, if I was looking at a building level leader right now, I think he would be very much in the mix. But, I'm not. I'm sort of beyond that in that sense. And it's not because of anything against him. I think he was fantastic, and I'd actually love for him to come and speak to our
I felt that way too.
So-
I was like, he could do some really great
great stuff
professional
here.
development. Yeah.
But, we're here to make hard choices right now, and it's not saying that he's not fantastic. It's just, there are tough decisions to be made, and, he doesn't make my cut. So,
But, in fact, what you were just saying about he would be great for professional development, think of that in the long term. Someone like that in the long term, helping our teachers create innovative curriculum and helping our students have a growth mindset, because we are really training students, we're teaching them for a world that doesn't exist yet, and teaching them to be critical thinkers and have a growth mindset, to me, is the future of education.
Glenn, do you have any suggestions on path forward, like how to
Well,
approach this?
I wasn't here for the earlier interviews, but did the subject of the interim status versus the potential for longer status come up with either of the candidates?
so basically, all three of them said that they understood that it was an interim role.
Okay.
But we're all also looking at
So
it
they
as a,
understood.
as a trial period
Okay.
to, look for the longer.
Okay, I just wanted to
And
make
I'm
sure that
correct
if
in
you,
Yes.
saying
Yeah.
that, right? Okay.
Yep.
I wanted to make sure that if you had contacted one of them to say, we'd like to negotiate an interim contract with you, that they wouldn't say, wait a minute, what's this interim stuff?
Right.
No,
Okay.
they all asked, we explained.
So, yeah, here's the easy part.
so do you have any advice for us now that,
Well, as my financial advisor friends will readily admit in private, even those in the know don't know.
Right.
So it's always,
That's reassuring.
it's always a bit of a risk. However, both of the candidates that you're talking about have, well, first of all, Lori has the support of her superintendent, who has known her for some time and feels confident in her abilities. Julie did have a successful experience in Scarborough, with the exception of running afoul of the fans of the former high school principal. They both predict to be proficient superintendents. at least you're in the enviable position of not being able to make a bad choice,
Oh, right.
Correct.
That's good, right.
which is a lot
Right.
better than some districts find themselves at this time.
Mhm.
That is reassuring.
Yeah, there you go.
Does anybody want to get a coin?
And I will tell you that during an interim superintendency, everybody in the district is on their best behavior.
Right.
So everyone wants the year to go well,
Yes.
because no one wants the next superintendent or the interim who becomes permanent to say, you know, you were a difficult person, you didn't perform well, you were undermining my work, or they want them to say you were great and we enjoyed working with you and you did a fantastic job. So I would suggest to you, whatever you do, you move forward in confidence and make a decision. I don't envy the position that you're in, so it would be, would not be appropriate to tell you, I don't even know what I'd do if I were in your position, because I don't know your district as well as you do. But I would say that you're in a position now to give yourself some stability for the next 12 months or longer while you decide what you wanted to do next. I would suggest that you might want to, if you do appoint an interim superintendent tonight, whenever, that you reassess things in 6 months and then make a decision about how you wish to proceed. Because 6 months from now, you will be close to the end of the year, and you'll still have time, if you wish, to organize a search and do one. But the other thing you need to think about is the candidates who might be out looking, who'd be candidates in your search process 6-9 months from now, are the people that you've talked to, other than new candidates who might emerge. But and 6 to 9 months will give things an opportunity to settle down in the court of public opinion as well. And I'm sure the community will move forward if you act with confidence and the next superintendent brings superior interpersonal skills to the position and moves forward with you.
It's wise advice.
Glenn, do you
Wise
know
insight.
if Julie Kuchenberger is in the process of interviewing with other districts?
That's one
I'm not
question
aware of.
I wasn't sure if I should ask or not. 'Cause I was-
I'm not aware of anything at this moment. I know the only real interim superintendent vacancy that is opened is Salem, because their superintendent is leaving, and I have no idea what they're up to.
You know, what would be fascinating is that Julie mentioned she has a daughter. It'd be very fascinating to have the daughter in the district with her as the interim superintendent.
Well, I mean, she didn't say, I looked it up. Scarborough is like an hour and a half from here. So it's not unreasonable to expect that she would commute.
Right.
I mean, the principal where I work
That's true.
commutes that far.
That's true.
So it's not, and it's not a hard commute. It's not like she's commuting into
Traffic.
Boston. I mean, she's coming here. Like, you know what I mean?
Actually, that's one commute you can take without traffic.
Right. You can totally handle that. That's not a problem. And you can anticipate what the traffic is going to be every day. It's going to be kind of the same. So,
Get a self-driving car and put it on autopilot.
but, yeah. And
So do we,
I think both of them would be good friends for each other, you know? I do. I think they would both really get along and could really build each other up, so
could there be a superintendent
know.
and
it would be
assistant
great if they
superintendent?
both end up being superintendents
be.
nearby and are in this, you know, so.
Or not
Should we
just-
take a poll of the two between the 5 of us?
That's what I would do.
I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
it's not gonna. It could end up like.
Let's do a poll of the
3-2.
two.
So
It
it's
may
a
not, it
candidate
may not
vote,
lead us
half again.
anywhere, honestly, but I
Well,
don't know.
there's an alternate strategy, which is that you do an oral ballot.
Okay.
and I'm just throwing this out, this is the way cities that elect mayors from amongst the city council. The process is you go around the room, name your candidate. At the end, the chair says, does anybody wish to change their vote? And if anybody has a majority, then you entertain a motion to begin contract negotiations. That's the oral ballot method Robert's Rules provides for. That way, nobody has to vote no.
Can I just bring one more or point out one more thing? Just looking at the references, Laurie Gallivan, it's all superintendent people that have worked with her in the school, in the day-to-day setting. You've got person one was an interim superintendent of Saugus, assistant principal, or I'm sorry, I don't know where this person was from, superintendent of schools of, I can't see.
Masco, actually.
Masco. And the last one, and the last one, she's a superintendent of the Winthrop schools, which I think speaks volumes. I wish there was a teacher in here. Julie Kuchenberg, she has one of her professors at BC, a town manager, and school board chair people, and a former superintendent. I don't know.
I take it, I didn't convince anyone to change their vote to Anthony Colanino,
You did not.
even though.
You
I'm-
spoke
I'm
very,
passionate-
very eloquently of him,
I'm
but
passionate about innovation, I'm
And I-
passionate about culture, critical thinking, innovative learning environments, critical thinking.
I just
So,
think
so it's clear he's not going to go forward, right?
coworkers.
Correct.
right now.
So
Yeah,
should-
then the chairperson.
Should I mean, I guess I would throw
And I
my
believe
support
Those are the three
behind
chair
my
people that were recalled.
other strong, my other favorite would be Dr. Kuchenberger. I
And
don't know if you heard that.
I'm sorry,
No, I was just saying, since it's clear I don't think Anthony Colanino is going to move forward, my other favorite was Dr. Kuchenberger. So I'd enthusiastically throw my support behind her as well.
I wish I had asked her this question, and it may not have been fair, because it was posted in the Bangor. She had a vote of something like 800 or 80 to 1 against her, the teachers in her Scarborough, in the district, as the superintendent,
Is that
I'm
because
sorry,
of-
Voting for what?
what did you just say?
in favor of her. Though,
Like a no confidence vote?
exactly, a no confidence vote.
They
Did
took a no confidence vote? Yeah.
They did.
Did it
You
go,
understand that votes of no confidence are the latest strategy that the unions are using to intimidate superintendents.
Okay,
And say, give us what we want,
okay.
or we take a vote of no confidence and humiliate you in public, and that sticks to you. And it's a tactic.
Okay, thank you
And
for
a
letting
vote of
me
no
know.
confidence, in my judgment, is more often a badge of honor than a discrediting credential.
Interesting.
Because we're seeing it
Okay.
happen.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad I
was it-
mentioned that to her.
and was
Thank
it
you.
still linked to the fact she was trying to do late starts, and was that rubbing parents and teachers the
I
wrong
can
way?
see that rubbing teachers.
Oh,
the
yeah, I was
wrong
gonna
way.
say, if we said right now that we're gonna change flip the start times next year, you better believe I'm gonna get a whole bunch of high
And-
school teachers say,
Well, the s-
voting no
and-
The
confidence.
science behind it
We
is,
just negotiated
the
that
science
into the
behind it.
contract.
She did
Which I did
inherit
not,
those
I am not
problems.
bringing up.
Correct, she did inherit those problems when she
Right.
came on board.
Yeah.
Usually it's related to a collective bargaining agreement that's not getting negotiated, the termination of a popular individual, or trying to do something policy-wise that distresses the bargaining units.
Okay,
So we see votes of no confidence, often in the superintendent, occasionally in the school committee. On one occasion, the superintendent and his secretary The custodian was very upset, wanting to know why he was left out.
Yeah. Okay, good.
So it's a tactic.
All right, thank you for letting me know that.
Um,
Is that me?
To just sort of touch back on the list of references comments, to sort of try and do our diligence a little. The idea that there's such a varied amount of stakeholders involved in Dr. Kuchenberger's letters of reference weighs heavily on me. And I think one thing that Peter would probably like is the fact that her dissertation chair did write a letter, which I would hope he would. But, but at the same time, just would go to show that, innovative, education model. You have, again, the chair of the board, the superintendent, retired superintendent of schools, the associate professor from BC. Excuse me. Actually, they have and a bunch of board members actually listed on the additional references. And then the town manager, right? So, I mean, that's something that we're definitely looking for, is someone that can work with all of these people. And then, but then at the same time, Lori having all these superintendents that speak highly of her as she's been in the field for so long is also a testament to her professionalism.
Right.
And her participation in the North Shore
Correct.
Superintendent's Roundtable, which, Dr. Harvey has attended, so they know some of similar
Started it?
concept.
Nothing, I don't want to say it out loud. But was he sort of part of the crew that started the original roundtable?
It had been on and off, but they've built it up.
I think we let Mahela decide and we go home.
I recommended a coin.
Like I said at the very beginning of this,
So
it's a tough decision. I think both of these candidates are exemplary, and I could see both of them coming in and doing great work for us immediately. Again, I think there are sort of two different mindsets.
So we're between Gallivan and Dr. Kuchenberger,
Correct.
right? Is it Dr. Gallivan? Does
No,
she-
she
No,
only
okay.
has
It's
the
Gallivan, some
CAGs.
Yeah, okay,
Gordon.
that's right. So is it right now, is Dr. Kuska, I take it, out of the running as well?
She only got,
Sounds like it.
Correct.
And Anthony Colonial.
Yeah.
So we're down to 2. Do we want to have another
Do we want to try the voice
vote of support?
I mean, is everyone sort of comfortable? Like, man, I could really go. I could,
We can't go wrong with either choice.
can't we?
Well, I mean, another way to
Right,
think about
so
it
can't
is, if we're all saying that we can't go wrong with either of these candidates, then what are we, another way to think about it, which I'm not necessarily saying that we should do it this way, but we can think about it as, I always have to qualify everything. What are we afraid of then? Right?
I'm not afraid.
Nope.
Okay.
I can vote right
Well,
now.
let's do an open ballot then.
And then, but it's not binding, is it?
Are we going to do it alphabetically, or are we going to do it, how are we going to do it?
Well, so is it binding? Well, I guess at the end, I think we
Well, at the
all
end,
look
then you
around
make a
and say,
motion.
is it ready for a motion?
Yeah,
I mean, we could just take a straw poll and just sort of say,
yeah, I think that's what the
it
voice vote is, yeah.
yeah, make a
So,
motion.
I'll start.
Well,
Go for it.
Dr. Kuchenberger.
I'm gonna go with Dr. Kuchenberger.
I think I'm going to go with Dr. Kuchenberger.
I'm going to go with Ms. Gallivan.
I'll go with Dr. Kuchenberger.
So where I really wish we had the other two here. Right, I mean, just a couple more
If
things.
it was
to-
unanimous, it would be easier, but that's
What's
not.
that?
I was just saying, I wish the other two were here as well,
I do
so.
too.
Because if it was unanimous, it would be the easiest.
Mr. Chairman, you've taken an oral ballot, so the members have some sense of understanding where people are. Everyone has had an opportunity to speak on behalf of the candidate they support. Now you could entertain a motion, and the committee can take advantage of the opportunity to vote unanimously or vote however you choose to vote. That's the beauty of the oral ballot. Nobody has to vote no unless they want to.
And I don't hope this happens, but I think we also would feel comfortable that if we make an offer and we're unable to settle on a contract, that we are pleased with two candidates here.
Correct.
Yeah.
And your motion should be to appoint person X, effective date Y, subject to the successful negotiation of a mutually agreeable contract of employment. Signed by the school committee or its designee and person A.
And
So
what's
That
the- I mean,
way, if you're unable to negotiate a contract quickly, then you simply say, okay, no, thank you. And you go to Plan C, which may be your other alternate candidate.
And what's the other option? We wait to have another school committee meeting to have the full vote of the school?
Well, I mean, that's what I was just going to bring up. Are we comfortable right now voting with 5? You know, or can we,
They're both
or,
fantastic
the
candidates.
other option would be sticking it on a very busy agenda on Wednesday. For
They're both fantastic candidates, so I don't think Stacy or Kerry would object to either one.
Do you know when you'll have 7 people available to you?
When, is it Wednesday?
It should be next Wednesday, but that's like a lifetime away in some ways, yeah.
I mean,
And
this-
not fair to these candidates.
Right.
Who are trying
Right.
to kind
Well, I
of
mean,
settle
it
things.
is and it isn't. I mean, let's
I mean, I know
make
it's a
sure
week, but
we're doing what's right for us.
Did you say the 22nd? No,
Yeah, Wednesday.
next week.
next Wednesday.
Yeah, I think we should, I would be, I'd be hesitant to sort of wait to hear from Stacy and Carrie, as much as I think, yeah, just, the time is
Right.
probably.
It wouldn't change the vote either. If they,
Yeah,
That's true, we have 4 for
yeah,
one
it wouldn't,
person.
yeah.
their input might sway people, but, you know, okay, so,
At least they had a
I'm
chance
So-
to, at least they had a chance
On
to put
that.
do you want to,
input.
who's assistant secretary? Who's assistant secretary?
I am.
I'm sure if you want to make the motion, she'd
I
let
can-
you.
Yes.
So,
So are we making a motion to accept the oral vote? Or
Appoint, I think we're making a motion to appoint contingent on a successful negotiation of employment contract.
Correct. Now, I also want to point out to you that the law recognizes no distinction between a temporary superintendent, an interim superintendent, an acting superintendent, or a superintendent. So what you're agreeing to
the
do is to
contract.
negotiate a one-year contract
Yeah,
with,
Okay.
and they all know what that is. so.
Right. Does it matter what she's either one are making now?
In our decision-making?
Yeah.
Making, I was trying to look that
Our
up.
salary?
Okay,
Our
I think
salary.
we'll be,
Will be
we'll talk
competitive.
about that.
Yes.
She's,
I'm-
writing it up.
She's drafting it.
I'm trying to figure it, so I'm making a motion to make an appointment to negotiate a one-year superintendent.
The language, the standard language is that you appoint whoever you're appointing as superintendent of the Hamilton Wenham Public Schools, effective whatever the date is.
May 5th.
We'd like overlap with the current superintendent.
You mean July 1st, 2019?
July 1st, 2019, subject
Fiscal.
to the successful negotiation of a mutually agreeable contract of employment signed by the school committee or its designee and the superintendent designate. That's the template language that we recommend.
Mutual agreement of employment between Hamilton Wenham School Committee
Difference between.
and,
Or its designee. Oh, yeah, between the school committee and so-and-so. Signed by the school committee or its designee.
What?
We were just thinking
So-
about the start date for the
So figure every 2 weeks would be approximately $6,000.
What? Oh, if you were thinking about,
right,
Trying to
because
overlap.
our fiscal
Oh,
year
trying to
begins July
overlap.
1,
Yeah.
right? So we want overlap, so are we saying that we actually want,
well,
Like,
Right, and do we
We'll
have?
if we
overlap
want
or
that, the
overlap
question is,
in-
do we have the money to
Money.
pay in
and
this
that's what I'm
fiscal
asking, like,
year?
can we pay to people in the same fiscal year when it hasn't been budgeted?
Right,
I don't
especially
know.
where the last forecast was.
Yeah.
Or they come in on
Right.
the bucks.
I know, but
Does
you
it matter?
You
know,
can-
I have no idea.
you know that the
That's what Marble-
professional development money
That's
is
what
not
Marblehead
going to.
said.
I'm sorry. You
Marblehead
were
spent
saying,
their
Mr.
money in
You
wrong
can-
fiscal years.
You can set an earlier start date if you wanted to and just negotiate a,
Retroactive. or
usually when there's a transition, sometimes the start date is July 1st.
Yeah,
We'd have
But the
money now.
mutually agreeable contract of employment says you'll be half-time for the month of June.
yeah, so
you
that
could-
would be,
You could start on June 1st if you wanted to, because until you negotiate an agreement, you don't have anything, although I don't know that she'd be available until.
Right, that's what I was just
Right.
thinking too. But I mean, this is part of the,
This
Let's
is
make
part of
sure we have the
negotiation,
language.
details, yeah.
you know.
that
um,
allows you to negotiate her to
right.
start
Yeah, but just,
however soon as possible.
Right.
Okay.
and this is a time when people need to act with authority and confidence, and extended discussions about minutia sometimes undermine the contract itself.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not even on the negotiating group.
I'm not looking at anybody, I'm just saying.
A guest star?
I'm not.
so are we agreeing on July 1st, or are we?
Let's push it to June and then try and negotiate from there.
Yeah.
can't
Can you
hurt.
have two superintendents appointed at the same time?
No.
Yeah, so there's the kicker. So she would be appointed officially as of July 1st,
Right.
but we can negotiate to hire her at any point
Correct, and you
before.
can actually
Yeah.
implement a consulting agreement
Yeah.
prior to
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
There you go.
So it would be July 1st then.
Okay. I make a motion that we appoint Dr. Julie Kuchenberger as superintendent of the Hamilton Wenham Regional School District, starting July 1st, 2019, subject to a successful mutual agreement of employment between Hamilton Wenham,
Mutually agreeable
mutually agreeable employment
contract of employment.
contract agreement between Hamilton Wenham Regional School District, signed by the school committee or its designee,
And
And
the
And-
superintendent designate.
and the superintendent designated.
second. Should we discuss it some more?
So, it's still early, so. All those in favor? So, it's unanimous. Fantastic. Excellent. I just want to say excellent work
Should we
around.
have
I mean,
Glenn call her?
Well, usually the chair likes to
Yeah,
call.
it kind
Okay.
of seems like a good
So
phone call
should
to
we,
make.
should we,
She's on
Like
her
all
way
the other
home,
ones.
right?
should we?
Also thank all the candidates because they were,
Oh, yeah.
it was,
No, they're
this
fantastic.
was,
Not
this
easy
was
to come out.
torturous because they were all fantastic.
Not easy to come out.
They all,
Want to,
Do we want to adjourn into executive
I think
session
Michelle
to talk
did.
about
Okay.
At least a strategy.
strategy or
Yeah, I think so. So, where was the wording on that?
do you want to call her and see if she's willing to accept
I think that's not a bad plan.
yeah.
or 207
Is this on the air? Are we live?
We are.
52?
Is that a number we should be giving out?
No.
What did you say, Peter?
We just gave her a cell phone number.
Number
to-
out on the,
No, but we
It's a
might,
public document, though.
it is on a public document.
Oh, it's on a
yeah.
public, I'm sorry, okay. I was just,
Do you
I
want to
didn't want to
go
be like
call her?
giving Lindsey Graham's phone number out.
So should we call her first or should we adjourn into executive session first?
We should see if she's willing to accept, right?
Late, and you never know when they turn their phones off.
So go.
She could still be driving.
Yeah, she'll be driving.
I mean, you could even,
Go someplace where
yeah,
Yeah.
no, I will. I just want to.
yeah. I mean, if she's not too far away and she wants to come back, she could also come back.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just saying. Sometimes they do. They live close. She-
Glenn, what are you saying? Wyndham is a beautiful town. Come on.
Yeah.
Wyndham is a beautiful town.
So is
Everybody wants to
Hamilton.
come back. Was that right?
That she is what? Oh, fun.
I thought so.
We have not seen that.
we have a guide to contracts
Okay.
that has all the different items that.
Which is our kid's future.
Okay. So I believe it's Carrie and David and Michelle Horgan that are our negotiating group. So,
If any every argument we. Oh, I'm sorry.
that would be good because our superintendent's contract is very short and kind of strange. And we obviously want to start with a contract that we're putting forward so that, yeah,
The Superintendent's Association also has a model contract
okay,
that we would suggest you never, ever sign.
okay.
Uh,
Thank you.
But I do recommend that you be in touch with your, and I'll tell you why.
Why?
Because the superintendent's model contract has a provision that says the school committee will report to the superintendent any complaints brought to your attention. Now, that's pretty hard to fulfill, especially if parents want to come to you in confidence because they elected you and they have an unrestricted constitutional right to talk to you anytime they want.
Yeah.
Petition your government for redress of grievances. That's you, you're the government for schools. So sometimes if things don't go well, the superintendent says, well, you violated my contract, so you're going to have to pay me out. There were complaints, and you never reported them to me. So I'm just suggesting you want to use our model contract that weighs heavily on the rights of the school committee, as opposed to which might limit the rights of the school committee. Some superintendents want to make sure that you don't meet without their approval of the meeting time, that you don't create subcommittees or hold subcommittee meetings without the approval of the superintendent, or that you cede some of your authority or delegate more of your authority to the superintendent. For example, the state's Board of Elementary and Secondary Education has delegated a lot of its authority to the commissioner.
Okay.
And we all know how wonderful that's been. Although we're very optimistic that the new commissioner is demonstrating at least a strong measure of respect for the work going on in districts and the work of school committees.
So you will, you're going to forward your model contract to
Well,
David?
you know,
or-
do you have internet access on that machine?
Yeah.
I could go to my office computer from here, pull those documents down, and get them.
Mhm.
That includes comparable salary information as well,
Oh, that's helpful.
which you can share with them.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, just got off the phone with Dr. Kuchenberger, and she's very excited to accept our offer. I told her I'd know a little bit more for her after we met tonight about getting together, and, discussing her contract and the possibility of coming in for a few days in June as well.
Oh, great.
So, I guess at that point, I move to adjourn to executive session for purpose number 2, to conduct a strategy session in preparation for negotiation with non-union personnel or contract negotiations with non-union personnel, interim superintendent. Sorry, that reads a little funny. We need a roll call vote. Peter?
Are we not coming back into session?
Oh, not to return to open session.
I'll second it.
So, Peter?
Yes.
Yes.
Michelle? David, yes?
Michelle, yes.
Yes.
Great. Great work, everybody.